Namaskar everyone and welcome to day 13 of this 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021, in which we are covering all the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and are also proposing the 18th goal, that is goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders. We believe that all these 17 goals are very important for the humanity to achieve in a timely manner, without which there is a chance of a catastrophic failure resulting into destruction of humans and material at a very large scale. And this is not just a fear factor getting created in somebody's mind, but is backed by great scientific logic as well as the observations that we make for the state of the ecosystem. And this is happening both at the physical world level as well as the mental world level. Both are interconnected, interdependent, and the impact on one results into impact on the other as well. So we at Defined Values Consultants have taken accountability to fix all these issues right at the root by proposing this goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders, because self-actualization is that state from where a person can take highly effective decisions by becoming a visionary thinker. Large number of such people, such leaders are being developed to save this planet, which is a shared spaceship for the entire humanity, along with several other species. We need 1 million or 10 lakh self-actualized change leaders for India alone by 4th June 2025. And for rest of the world, we need 1 crore self-actualized change leaders by year 2050, so that the entire world is reformed based on eternal principles. So this is the 13th day. That means almost at the start point of the second half of this 4 months long global summit. We have invited 4 speakers today on the theme of the day, which is UNSDG goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So we will invite the various speakers one by one. They will share their thoughts about how to achieve this goal. This is the program for the day. (11 to 11:15) Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation, which we will start just now. Then 11:15 to 12, we have session by Mr. Satish Madhavrao Chavan. 12 p.m. to 12:45 p.m. session by Mr. Rishabh C. Kothari. 12:45 to 1:30, we will have a session by Dr. Ramanan Mahadevan. And from 1:30 to 2:15, we will have a session by Dr. K.K. Upadhyay, followed by a 40 minutes panel discussion from 2:50 to 2:55, and then closing the day with a vote of thanks. In the month of September, this is first day of the 6 days in September. So from 18th to 23rd, we will have the part 3 of this summit. And we will also have a candid conversations with Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel on the day 6, wherein you can ask all your doubts, your questions, spiritual questions, leadership questions, ecosystem questions, whatever comes to your mind, you can ask. Okay, so there was a little bit error in the name of the goal, it is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So 3 things covered in one goal. You can see on the screen now. So United Nations has very well drafted all these goals, although there is always a scope of improvement if you see it from a higher zone of consciousness. But nevertheless, this is good enough for participation of all individuals and organizations of the world to come together and fix the issues right at the root. However, in the absence of self-actualized leaders, the pace with which we are moving forward to achieve these goals is very dismal. And hence it becomes accountability of every human being to come forward and take up a leadership position and contribute in fixing these issues. So with this, let us start the Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation. Your neck and spine straight and eyes gently closed. Be ready for the meditation. We will now do the seeding of Project YugParivartan objective into your mind. Be comfortable with your body. The scope of Project YugParivartan is to take the world towards the golden age by elevating people to their self-realized and self-actualized state of consciousness, so that they can understand who they are and why they have come on this planet Earth. Without understanding the who and the why, the definition of how and what becomes faulty. So just focus your attention on your body. From top to the bottom, wherever you feel uneasiness, discomfort, give a mental command. Relax. Relax. As you know, the best observation comes when we see the world from God's point of view, not our point of view. Because the universe doesn't function based on our point of view. It functions based on God's point of view. So it is critical to remove all the obstacles that come between your point of view and God's point of view. One of which is the vibrations of the body. So we will begin with silencing the vibrations of body by giving a mental command to the body. Relax. Relax. All cells relaxed. All tissues relaxed. All organs and organ systems relax. The whole body is relaxed. The other obstacles are created by trouble in breathing, because breathing or respiration or the pranavayu is the connection between our gross body and the subtle body. If there is a disturbance in our breathing, then also we are deviated from God's point of view. So relax your breathing by taking 4-5 deep breathing in and deep breathing out. Breathing works for 24/7 by 365. That is a continuous function. And hence it also needs relaxation. Silence your breathing, make it deep, calm, rhythmic. Take 4-5 deep breathing in and breathing out. Now take your focus to your mind. The mind is also something which keeps chattering the whole day. This chatter is only due to the vibrations it produces. And all sorts of vibrations are obstacle between your point of view and God's point of view. So give a soulful command to your mind, relax. The soul is your real identity, which is always relaxed, in Shanti, in liberation mode. It is the nature of the soul to stay liberated from anything and everything, from anyone and from everyone. But due to the chatter of the body, breathing, and the mind, we are not able to observe it. Silence your mind. Now for a few minutes, we will do seeding of your who and why and your role in Project YugParivartan. Every person who is born in this human life ever comes with a purpose which is grand, all encompassing, and manifesting their maximum potential. When we see the world from maximum potential level, that is God's point of view, we realize that we are accountable for everything happening wrong in this ecosystem. Those people who reach to this understanding live a meaningful life, a purposeful life. Every moment of their living is full of life. They are able to remove all non-value added things from their life and make it a great value-based service. So let us all invoke that divine spark within all of us and move up from our Pashulok, animal kingdom, up from Devlok, prosperity kingdom, up to Manushyalok, the accountability kingdom, and see the world from Divyalok, Brahmalok, from the point of view of universe, the kingdom of the Almighty, and be in tune with the universal principles. And Project YugParivartan is that seed, that platform, that opportunity, that divine door through which you can manifest your avatar. And there is no time for waiting. The time is now and the place is here. Every moment from this point onwards should be lived purposefully, meaningfully, energetically, and in communion with God or the eternal principles. Let us now gradually come back and activate our mind by giving a command from the soul. Activate. Visualize your mind getting activated and back into its own senses. From this purified mind, activate your breathing and bring your focus to deep breathing in and breathing out cycles. Take 3-4 deep breathing in and breathing out. Now bring your focus to your body and activate all the cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, and the entire body. Keep sitting in this posture for a few seconds. Now gently rub your hands, produce an energy field, and gently massage your eyes. And with few blinks, open your eyes and come back to the normal consciousness. I request all team members to join as a panelist. Aishwarya, please join as a panelist. Aishwarya, you can unmute yourself and let me know the challenge which is stopping you from joining as a panelist. Okay, it is done now. Okay, with this, may I invite my colleague Aishwarya Tiwari to invite our first speaker of the day and begin the session.
Hello, sir, just give me one moment.
Okay. And in the meantime, I request all participants to share their introduction in the chat box, your name, your organization name and title, and your city. This will help us become familiar to each other. You have taken a good amount of time from your busy schedule to attend the Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. So this means somewhere deep in the heart, you also understand the situation of the world and want to participate in solving the problems of the world. So please type in the chat box your brief introduction. Yes, Aishwarya, you ready?
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. Good morning and namaskar. So I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Satish Madhavrao Chavan. Mr. Satish Madhavrao Chavan is a dairy consultant with Nochem Technology, Pune. He graduated from University of Pune in year 1977 and completed his MSc in Dairy Science in 1979 from National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal. He completed his PG diploma in Rural Development Management in 1994 from IRMA Anand, Gujarat. He also attended apprenticeship training for 1 year under the Operation Flood second project for MP State Dairy Federation under NDDB and World Bank project. He is exposed to various dairy plants for their operations and management aspects and conducted village level survey for primary milk cooperative societies in Chhattisgarh area. He also worked with Indore Dugh Sangh as dairy chemist for 3 years. He was involved in setting up quality control laboratory for multi-products dairy plant, BSI and EGMARK certifications, trying to staff for QC and allied activities, troubleshootings, etc. He has also worked with Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, GCMMFL Limited, the marketers for Amul, the Taste of India for 12 years. He was entrusted to monitor the quality of Amul and Sagar dairy products at the production level, research and development for packaging and products development, market surveys for Amul products, customer grievances, and troubleshooting. He then worked with private dairy processing units for 4 years. Since 2000, he is engaged in entrepreneurship development activities and trained 19,000 unemployed youths from rural Maharashtra, out of which 1,700 participants started their business of value-added dairy products manufacturing and earning their livelihoods. So, I invite you, Satish sir, please take over now.
Shafiq ji, kindly join as a panelist. There seems to be some technical issue at his end. I'm just trying to check it.
Sir, he was having some technical issues, so he is joining just now. I have spoken to him.
Okay, so Mr. Satish just confirmed that he is joining. Some technical issues there, so maybe a minute or so.
He's joining.
Yeah.
He will be coming in a moment.
In the meantime, we can take up a few questions. If somebody has questions related to the event, related to Project YugParivartan, they can ask. Just post your question in the chat box and we'll be happy to respond to it. Or you can raise your hand and we can take a voice question also. And I also request people to rename themselves to their real name, not with the name of some phrase or mobile name, model name. Welcome Mr. Vishnu from Hyderabad, Telangana, and Mr. Sridhar from Bangalore. We have a wide coverage of participants today, and we are, as a team, the core team is traveling to various cities to meet all of you one by one. Welcome Ms. Parmeet from New Delhi, working as English trainer and French company. Welcome Mr. Anup Vadva from Delhi. Okay, Mr. Pradeep from Bangalore is asking about what is Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit. So basically, all problems of the world are clubbed into 17 Sustainable Development Goals by United Nations, which is world's largest organization, having the largest influence on the planet. And there are several people on the planet, lakhs and crores of them, who want to live their life meaningfully by contributing in co-creating this world. So our effort through Self-Actualized Leaders Network is to bring them together in a synergy platform under Project YugParivartan. So there are several verticals under Project YugParivartan, one of which is Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit. In this SALN, Self-Actualized Leaders Network, all people who are associated with any of the United Nations goal will be brought together into a very intelligently built system so that they can together solve the 17 goals with the speed of light by getting synergized with each other. A lot of synergy platforms are created all over the world already. So SALN, you can consider it as a network of such networks. It's not a network of individuals, instead a network of networks. Any innovation done, and of course this is the topic for today also, industry, innovation and infrastructure. So all the industries will be reformed through the vision of Project YugParivartan. Innovation done in one part of the world will be taken to all other parts of the world at the speed of the light rather than being in various different generations. Then infrastructure, third part, we are proposing an infrastructure called as WISE City Infrastructure, that is worldwide integrated services ecosystem, which are smaller units of self-sufficient cities, either of size 2 by 2 kilometer or 4 by 4 kilometers, so that most of the needs of human beings can be fulfilled within a local area, and all cities of the world will be developed in that way through the principle of oneness. So this will reduce the diversity and bring people towards their oneness. When we become body consciousness, we cherish diversity more than the oneness. And when we become soul conscious, then we give more focus on oneness instead of diversity. So now the time has come, as part of the Project YugParivartan, a new world order is being created based on eternal principles so that the world can move towards oneness and the golden age. So do we have Satish ji ready? Shafiq ji? Shafiq ji, are you there? There still seems to be some challenge, technical challenge with the first speaker of the day. Let me check once again. Okay, so Mr. Satish has logged in. Mr. Satish, I am promoting you as a panelist. So kindly accept that request. Yes, Mr. Satish, you are joined as a panelist. You can unmute yourself and also open your camera and start your conversations. Yes, Mr. Satish, kindly unmute. You are on mute.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, yes, you are audible now.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning.
I'm working as a daily consultant in Pune. I'm from Pune. And
Mr. Satish, there is a lot of noise.
Now it is clear.
No, there is a lot of background noise.
Oh. So now it is clear.
No, a lot of background noise is there.
Yes, sir. So 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Sorry, now I'm audible, sir.
Yes, now the background noise is clear, closed, so you can proceed. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. And thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Myself, Satish Madhavrao Chavan. I'm from Pune, and I'm working as a dairy consultant.
Sorry, Mr. Chavan, the background noise is again coming.
Okay.
As if some machine is running.
Okay, I'll rectify. Yeah, it is over now. Sorry, so now no problem, sir.
No, there is a problem. Background noise is still there. It seems as if a big machine is running.
Oh.
So you have to come closer, like away from the source of that noise. Now it is stopped. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Because behind me one workshop is there.
It seems you are in some you produce the dairy products, so it seems some machine related to that is running.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Now come closer to the mic. Your voice is also slightly feeble. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Myself, Satish Madhavrao Chavan. I'm working as a dairy consultant in Pune, and I did my post graduation from India Karnal, and dairy science post graduation from Karnal, and I did management postgraduate diploma from IRMA.
You need to speak slightly louder because the voice is very low.
Okay, sir. I'm working as a dairy consultant from Pune, and I did my post graduation from India Karnal, Haryana, and I did a post graduate diploma from management, Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and I have worked with Amul, the Taste of India, for 12 years as manager quality control, and after that I work in smaller units, head of the department. So I know the dairy business, how to take ahead and how to take it rapidly making progress in the dairy sector. So,
Mr. Chavan, the noise is again coming.
oh,
You have to stop that machine for 30-40 minutes.
sir, okay, sir. Sir,
It's too loud noise, yeah. And we are live streamed also. Okay, in the meantime, let us talk about this goal. The goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. I'll just quickly explain it from the point of view of United Nations. So they say that there is a role of business in solving various problems of the world. United Nations is the leader of the world, and as such, all the businesses are directly or indirectly getting guidance and directions from United Nations. So they have to explain the role of business in solving these problems, and they have done that through definition of all these goals. So they say under goal number 9 that aging, degraded or non-existent infrastructure makes conducting good business challenging. Okay, I'll read it again in the break. In the meantime, let us go back to Mr. Satish Chavan. Yes, Satish ji, the noise is stopped now. Please go ahead. You are on mute. You are on mute.
Yes, sorry for the trouble. I'm working as a dairy consultant from Pune. I did my post-graduation in dairy science and management from India Karnal and Institute of Rural Management Anand. I worked with Amul Dairy for 12 years as manager quality control. And after that, I have worked in smaller units as a head of the department. So I know how to manage this dairy business. And since 2000, I'm working in entrepreneurship development field. So I'm helping unemployed youths from rural area to start their own business and earn a livelihood. So I will have some PPTs with us. Please share the PPTs. Hello. Yes. See, my expertise is in value-added dairy products manufacturing. So whatever these techniques are there, I'm taking to the needy people, means those who are not aware of this techniques and all the things. So
Mr. Chavan, once again, there is a noise from the machine. So you have to instruct them to not run this for next 30 minutes. Otherwise, the session will badly be affected.
I requested them, sir.
Yeah, please do that. Okay, in the meantime, I'll continue reading about the goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So business relies on materials, resources, labor, and service support from all corners of the world, and the ability to access them efficiently is key to establishing new markets. Computing and technology-based skills are of significant value to most businesses today, and consumers of common goods and services live on every continent. However, basic infrastructure supporting technologies, communications, transportations, and sanitation that business relies on is not universally available. And any dip or discontinuity, even for few seconds or minutes, results into a lot of quality dip of service as a ripple effect. So we need to make sure that all these are readily available in all the organizations of the world, so that ultimately a quality of service can be delivered to the humanity. So if they are not available, it hinders the economic growth also and the societal progress. So this particular goal focuses on handling that. Satish ji, are you ready? They're still not there. So this presents an opportunity for business by committing to sustainable industrialization and promoting innovation across company operations. Businesses can contribute to development efforts in the regions in which they operate through upgrading local infrastructure, investing in resilient energy and communications technologies, and making these technologies available to all people, including marginalized groups who might not have access otherwise. Global companies can also promote inclusive infrastructure development by bringing valuable financial services and employment opportunities to smaller and/or minority-owned businesses. So there is a principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the ancient literature of high conscious era called as Satyug or Golden Age, which means the entire world is one single family. Now, because human beings are currently living in a lower consciousness zone, they are not able to relate that everyone on this planet is part of their family, due to which there is a huge disparity between human beings. And this can only be tackled if the leaders achieve self-actualization. All these goals will get a huge impetus as soon as the leaders start walking on the path of self-actualization. Okay, so this was kind of a non-commercial break. So Mr. Satish is back again. So Satish ji, are you ready? You are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Now, I think.
Yeah, machine noise is not coming. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I will start the PPT directly.
Yes, please do that.
My core value means my expertise is in value-added dairy products manufacturing. So whatever techniques are there, I'm taking this techniques to the grassroots level people. So you are able to see this women. So they are from rural area, from a village nearby Pune. So I'm giving them training in the how to manufacture these dairy products. Value-added dairy products are there, and common dairy products for us like curd, then paneer, then lassi, buttermilk. So these are the dairy products. They are in our list. So see, these ladies, they are doing their work, practical work, and kids, they are very fond of these dairy products. So in the picture, you are able to see the kid. He is enjoying this taste of the products manufactured in the training program. So next, please.
Satish, sorry to interrupt you, but the noise has started again.
Oh, okay.
Sir, so is it a machine or something? Is it sure that it is a machine?
Workshop is there, sir. Sir, I will take care. I will use my mobile for voice, and PPT will be there. No problem.
Yeah, but right now it is coming. The noise is coming. So please take care. Okay, so sometimes it happens. Your voice is now gone, Satish ji. Satish ji, we are not able to hear you.
Okay, sir. I'm preparing.
Okay, let me know once you are ready. In the meantime, let me act as a filler.
Hello.
Yes. Satish ji, your voice is not coming. Okay, now I've given you permission to unmute on your mobile.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Uh,
Now,
now
now,
better.
now I'm
Better?
audible now.
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, okay, sir. So depending on the situation, we are preparing this product mix.
Sorry, Satishji, once again. Now, because you are logged in from both instruments, it is creating an echo.
Okay,
I don't know how to stop it now.
it's okay now.
No, it is echoing because your laptop speaker is acting as a mic, giving the input to the mobile.
Now it's okay.
Now, yes, now it's perfect.
Okay, okay, okay. So depending on the situation, we are making this product mix. So in this situation,
So now that Satishji, now that your system is okay, so can you start the presentation from first slide? Yes.
okay, 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 okay. Okay. So now no problem, na?
Yes. Now there's no problem.
Achha, okay, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And sorry for the trouble. My core expertise is value-added dairy products manufacturing. So whatever techniques I have learned throughout my life, I'm taking this technique to this grassroots level. So this unemployed youths are there, housewives are there, and members of self-help group, they are attending my these sessions, training programs from rural area. So PPT please. So these housewives, they are forming one group that is called a self-help group. They are contributing per month some amount and deposited in the bank. So depending on the collection of amount, bank facility, loan facility. So what to do with that loan? So this is very good option available to them. And rural area milk is easily available, fresh milk, cow milk, buffalo milk, and they can convert it into this value-added dairy products, and they can earn very good earning from that activity. So only need is to train them scientifically. So now I'm in that training field. So these are the groups, self-help groups, women groups. They are formed, and after their confirmation is there, they used to approach me. So I will train them in value-added dairy products manufacturing. Especially, I'm giving this more emphasis on hygienic conditions. Hello.
Yeah. We are listening.
PPT.
PPT, please share.
Now the product mix, see, we are having a very big range of dairy products you can manufacture, and it is very easily sold in the local market. For example, curd. Curd is very easy to prepare at home also. Tricks are there, some principles are there, scientific ways are there. So see, here the plus point is that fresh milk is very easily available without any adulteration, and it is at cheaper price. So if you convert this fresh milk available into value-added dairy products, one can have very good margin in this business. So, and the I'm insisting on hygienic conditions, good manufacturing practices. So the quality of these items is very, very good one. And only I used to say, you taste our product, you will not like any other brand. That is our challenge. I see in this picture also PPT, these housewives, they form one group, and depending on the situation, product mix is there. So at one place, this copra, coconut is very easily available. So I told them to go for this burfi manufacturing, coconut burfi. So this is the end product we are having. It is having very good market, and value addition is a very good one. I'm working through. I'm reaching to masses through so many NGOs. So one of the NGO, it is having one this poster. dairy management course. And in Maharashtra, Rajashri Shahu self-employment scheme was implemented by the government of Maharashtra. And at the village level, we were the acting agent for implementing this program. So next. Yeah, you can see this ladies. See, they are very eagerly participating in this program. And I'm insisting them how to maintain these hygienic conditions, sterilization of glass pots, hands, and how to maintain these hygienic conditions. And the result is a very good one out of this one. And my observation is that these ladies, they are very keen to learn these things. And as such, these women, they are having in nature, naturally that attitude is there to learn these new things and implement them. So they are very eager to learn these things and implement these things. Next one. So this lady, they are preparing this, Srikhand is a very popular dish in Maharashtra and Gujarat. So curd is prepared, and from this curd, whatever liquid is there, whey, it is extracted, and solid portion is there. This solid portion, these ladies, they are collecting. And in that solid portion, they will add some sugar and spices will be added, and Srikhand will be prepared. Next one. Now this water is extracted from the curd, and that product is called a chakka. Now chakka is taken, sugar is added to that one, and some spices are added. We are having 6 varieties of Srikhand. First is plain Srikhand, then mango Srikhand, then nutmeg Srikhand, then pista, mango Srikhand, and a third one is saffron Srikhand. Like this, 6 varieties are there. And the profit margin is very much in this one. Next one. This lady, she is preparing Srikhand one. Okay. This is a group of participants, and some faculties also I'm inviting to enrich this village level people's knowledge in the dairy sector. Next one. This kid is she's enjoying this the dish very nicely, very interesting, very tasty one. Next one. Next, please. Hello.
So it is 11 of 11. All slides are over in this PPT.
Okay.
Should I start next PPT, sir?
Yes. Next PPT. Yes.
Okay. This one.
Next one.
This is training part B.
Oh, no problem. Yes. See, these are the instruments I'm taking with me for the demo purpose in the village level. So that yellow one standing instrument is there. It is called as milk separator. So we have to standardize milk composition as per the norms, government norms. For that purpose, this one is required. So it will reduce the fat content of the milk. So for that purpose, this milk separator is available, and its capacity is 300 liters. It is power operated, electricity operated. Okay, and this middle one is a khawa machine. It is a heating pan operated on gas. That stainless steel pan is there. It is rotated with the help of electricity, and at the beneath it, gas burners are there. So with the help of gas, it will be heated and it will rotate. Scrapers are provided in between, so not to worry about this manually stirring this atom continuously. It is sort of automatic one. Next. These are 2 important instruments very much required. This is a group of participants from Nasik. NGO conducted some training. These are the groups. They wanted to start their own business. Next one. This is from Midcon Amravati. These are from Vidarbha area, Amravati. Next one. This is from Panvel. Some tribal people are there. So they were interested to learn this milk production and all the things. So conducted one program in Panvel. Next one. These are the another group from Pune district. Yeah, next one. These are the ladies from Yavatmal. So Metcon asked me to conduct one program there. So I'm giving some demo there. See, I used to explain this audiences principles, what are required, means logically also and legally also. So after giving them these instructions, also I used to give them some demo like this. You have to prepare, and next time I will ask them to perform them. Okay, next one. Yeah, these are the ladies from a rural area. So on that machine, heating pan, milk is taken, 10-liter milk is taken, 1 kg sugar is added. And if you rotate that machine for half an hour, that condensed milk will be prepared. We call it as a basundi. It is very delicious and value addition is there. Our production cost, it comes around 60-70 rupee depending on the purchase rate of fresh milk, and selling rate is around 225 250 rupees per kg in Pune market. So, and again you run that machine for 1 hour, this peda will be prepared in the same machine. So these ladies, they prepared peda from that machine and it is for the display. Next one. Yeah, this is the training program is in progress. See, these techniques are very popular in a rural area. So when I used to take these machineries to the villages, so news spread will be there. Automatic machine is there, preparing peda and all the things. So they were eager to know what type of machine is there. So they used to gather how it works and all the things. So I will not leave this opportunity. So whatever peda is manufactured, I will allow them to test that product. So it helps me. It is sort of marketing practices. And at one village it has happened. After the completion of this program, the self-help group people, they collected money and asked me to provide them these machineries. These machineries were arrived in the village. So news has spread like anything in the village that machinery has come for peda preparation. So they have already tested the peda of this machine. So it has helped like me in this way. When the machine arrived in that village, so 3 shopkeepers, they came to that self-help group members. They told them, whatever peda you manufacture, we'll purchase it. And this machinery is meant for small scale. You can go for ghee preparation and peda preparation, value added products, and they are in very much big demand in the market. So it has happened like this in that village. Whatever peda coming from outside, it was stopped. And without any addition, it was there. So it was very popular in that village. Okay, next one. Yeah, this peda, you see, when this milk is heated in that pan, rotating pan, so it will get condensed one, coagulated, and mass will shrink like anything. So when final mass is prepared, we have to manually prepare the small balls, peda. So these ladies, they are preparing peda from that one. Okay, next one. Yeah, see, whatever programs I am implementing in the villages, either they are sponsored by government of Maharashtra. So government officials, they used to visit sometimes. So this is one government official visiting this stall prepared by this our self-help group members. So he's the deputy collector from Pune. So he's visiting the stall and interacting with this women entrepreneurs. Next one. Yeah, this is one stall stall managed by this self-help group members. In Pune, this activities regularly takes place. So our self-help group members, they were asked to go for one stall. So space was provided, and I was helping them in maintaining this stall. So visitors are there, some government officials are also there. So within a span of 4 or 5 days, they earn around 20,000 rupees as a net profit. That much value addition is there. And only they are preparing this buttermilk, peda, ghee, that's all. Within that, they have one like this, and basundi also. They have one very good amount. Yeah, next pen. Yeah, this is a group from urban area. So housewives, they gather together and they are taking this training. So sometimes it is not possible to carry these machineries to far places. So I'm giving them training on our with the regular pots only, gas and pots. So only insisting how to maintain these hygienic conditions. That is more important. Next one. Hello.
Yeah, this PPT is also finished. So should we start
Yeah,
third
training.
one?
Yes, go for next one.
Okay, one more.
And in the meantime, if somebody
Training.
has a question for Mr. Satish, they can raise their hand. So we will take a pause in between to respond to the questions. Yes, Shafiq ji, please go ahead with the presentation along with Satish ji.
Okay. So this is NoCam Technology. It is my consultancy firm. So I'm giving this training to this unemployed youth from rural area. I'm working at 3 levels. One is turnkey project. If suppose somebody want to set up one dairy plant, so we'll visit the site and we'll discuss in that area what is required and how much quantity will be produced, how much it can be sold in the market. Like that, we'll prepare some one tailor-made plan will be there, and it will be given to the supplier, to the party, and accordingly machines are planned, and accordingly civil construction will be plan will be given there, and totally turnkey project will be implemented in that area. So that is our way of doing this business. So today I'm having a client processing 20 liter per day to 2000 liter per hour also clients are there. So these are my activities. Turnkey project, we are having 2 options. One is a volume, more volume, less margin. That is a milk packet business, and another is value-added dairy products manufacturing. So dairy products you can sell very minimum quantity, quantity is less one, but margin is more one. So like this, we are giving 2 options to the clients. So turnkey dairy products, the capacity is 500 liters per hour to 10,000 liters per hour. That much range we can cover. Troubleshooting, okay. This dairy players, private, maybe cooperative, government, anyone. So they are facing some problems. Somebody say that their second is spoiled in the market. One person, he came to me, approached me that his rasgulla is getting spoiled in the market. Another fellow from Rajkot, he approached me. For second generation, they are preparing ghee. But he said that for our ghee will last only for 3 months in the market. So how to increase the shelf life of that for 12 months? Okay, I'm there to help you, no problem. So that troubleshooting is there. Suppose somebody wants to establish a paneer manufacturing facility, I'm there to help him. Then curd in the cup, okay, no problem. Any quantity you tell me, I will provide this all the facility. And this one is entrepreneurship development activity. I'm doing this since 2000, and till today around 19,000 unemployed youths, they were trained for value-added dairy products manufacturing, and among them around 1700 participants, they started their business and earning their livelihoods. So that is my achievement. Next one. Yeah, till today I'm working with so many associated with so many organization agencies. One is SISI Development Institute, Small Industries Development Institute, Sakinaka, Mumbai. Now it is renamed as MSME Development Institute. Then I'm working with the District Industries Center, Government of Maharashtra, Pune, Amravati, Bank of Maharashtra. They are having one wing for social activity. So I'm working with them as a faculty. Then MITCON, Pune, Jalgaon, Amravati. It is the Maharashtra Industrial Consultancy Organization. The background of MITCON is that a bank, 6 to 7 banks and Maharashtra government, they came together. MIDC is also there. So by coming together, they formed this MITCON, and they are providing very good service to people on the behalf of government of Maharashtra and banks also. Next one. Another is one organization is there, Maharashtra Center for Entrepreneurship Development, MCD, Pune, Amravati, Nasik. It is also parallel institute to MITCON, working in the same field. So I'm associated with them as a faculty for dairy products. And Udyog Vardhani is an NGO from Nasik. Afama is an NGO from Pune. I'm working with other NGOs also. And 1 year back, we got this approval for training program, Gramin Skill Development Mission, affiliated to National Skills Development Program Corporation. We're working on this dairy entrepreneurship trade. They are having so many trades with them. So we selected a dairy entrepreneurs. In that one, we are giving training to those who wanted to have this venture to set up. Next one. Yeah. What we wish to teach these people, see, they are plain slate for us. They don't know anything about it. So we are giving this them fundamentals of dairy science. What is the content of milk? How they are affected? Then what is food laws? Because this is very much required nowadays. Now the food laws says that 1 liter selling milk is also has to register for this registration FSI under FSI food laws. So that is a strict adherence is there from government of Maharashtra, from government side. So we are giving them how to go ahead with these food laws and abide by these food laws, so they will not face any problems in the future. Then introduction to dairy equipments and machineries. So I have shown you the dairy equipments and machineries. So how to assemble them, how to operate them, what precautions you have to take, how maintenance is there. These all things we are giving them. Then technical training, theory and demo. See, for every product, there is some theories there. And after explaining this theory, so they will understand what is required, and demo making them perfect to go for this production. Economics, this is very much required in every field. For every business, economics is very important. I have come across with so many institutes, they are doing this training, but economics hardly somebody is giving importance for this one. Then practice homework. So to means I have come across with a number of people. Sorry. So I used to tell them how to prepare this curd at home. So guidelines will be them given to them, and I used to ask them to prepare at least a pot of curd at home, and next day bring to the training session. And after collecting all these curd samples, I will be having so many varieties in that one. So I used to explain them what is the plus, what is minus, what type of good curd is there. So it is a very good eye opener to all people. Next, defects. What type of defects are there? What and how to rectify it? It is
Sorry to
practically
interrupt,
given.
Satish ji. We need to close the presentation in 2-3 minutes because the next speaker's time is overrun now.
Okay. Next PPT, photograph.
I think both the PPTs of photographs are already covered.
One is remaining there. Training C.
Okay, Shafiq ji, run that third PPT.
Okay. I will cover this one. Okay, I will cover this. Around 99% participant, they are not aware of paneer. So because rural area, so they are not aware of this one. So lady participant, they are very eager to learn this one. And first, they will learn this technique. They will go to home and they will prepare this recipe and feed to the members. Especially kids are very happy with the new dishes. And women, they are having a more inclined toward this activity, business activity. And I have seen some landless laborers, they are also participant. So they will go, they will collect the milk and they will prepare the product. But regularly they will not get the supply. So that is the problem with them. So, and I have seen after giving training in that area, in the town, after say 6 months or 1 year, lot of mushrooming shops will be there selling this dairy products. So that is the change I have seen. And whatever I am giving this information with, it is cost effective and very minimum capital you can start this business, and we can earn very good margin from this one. Whether it is a rural area or urban area, doesn't make a difference. Everywhere demand is there. So I hope I have completed whatever I have to say. If questions are there, please welcome.
Thanks, Satishji. I would request the audience, if they have any questions, we can accommodate one or two questions. Anyone having any question, please raise your hands. Okay, so it seems nobody has a question as of now. So we'll have a panel discussion in which all the 4 speakers of the day will be invited to ask for the audience to ask questions, and we will have other panelists also who can ask questions, and our team members. It was a really wonderful presentation, although it started with a technical glitch, but it was very well covered later on. And this is something which is the need of the hour, because it goes at the bottom of the pyramid, direct service to them, and create employment as well. So employment as such, we know it creates a ripple effect. If more people are unemployed in the country, then it creates several other problems as well. But if we generate a meaningful employment to the people, then several problems are solved as a ripple effect as well. So this is really great, Mr. Satish Chavan, and we look forward to the panel discussion from 2:15 to 2:55. And in the interest of the time, I would request my colleague Aishwarya Tiwari to move on to our next speaker of the day. He has already joined the panel. Mr. Rishabh, also, you can open your camera so that we can see you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Satish. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Rishabh C. Kothari. He is an entrepreneur by profession and a heartfulness meditation trainer by passion. As CEO of CKC Fragrances, a leader in manufacturer of fragrances for industrial applications, his craft is in an interesting mix of science and creativity, which extends to his interests and personality as well. He is very active in social as well as industry bodies and forums, including being the president of the Fragrance and Flavor Association of India, member of National MSME Board of the Government of India, as well as senior vice president of the 118-year-old Premier Business Chamber, MCCI. He often writes and contributes to various publications and periodicals, and is also the editor of a perfumery journal. A widely read and traveled person, Rishabh's own personal development journey was initiated by joining the Heartfulness movement. Heartfulness meditation is a unique combination of the scientific and the esoteric, which he not only subscribes to, but is also an ardent proponent of teaching people how to meditate and teaching people how to meditate and contributes to the Heartfulness organization in various capacities, including as its joint secretary. Apart from writing in various publications on industry concerns and social development issues, he's a familiar face on panels in various industry events as well as on television news channels, providing insights on various subjects related to industry, government policy, and human development. He has participated in various literary fests as a speaker, as well as moderator, and is at ease in dealing with subjects as diverse as business and industry, social development, as well as spirituality. Rishabh has two children. He lives with his family in Kolkata, spending his time between his work, family, his industry and publication activities, and teaching heartfulness meditation to seekers of inner growth and self-development. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Aishwarya ji. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
So thank you, Aishwarya ji, for that introduction. First and foremost, my gratitude to the organizers, Hitesh, Chandel ji, Srinivas ji, who has been in touch with me, for inviting me to this session, and a very hearty good afternoon to all of you. I think the fact that all of us have gotten together on a Saturday afternoon, where perhaps we could always consider several other relatively very interesting activities over the weekend, means that we are all somewhere interested, concerned, affected, and active participants of an activity in thinking of global good and global good, and things on how do we develop further. The subject that I have been requested to speak on is the United Nations SDG number 9, which is about industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Before I delve directly into this particular goal, sustainable development goal of the United Nations, what I would like to point out here is that in a world which has been famously been called flat, where theoretically things are movement of goods, capital, people are supposed to be easier and easier, we also see shades of much greater disparity and differences in the globe today. And it is high time that everyone interested in moving out of the very narrow spectrum of their own interests, whether it is the individual, their community, their family, or even their nation. We look at an overall scenario and see how do we bridge these differences that are there. Most unfortunately, the last 1.5 years, the pandemic has increased these differences. It has made the scenario far more challenging than it ever was. And it is at such a time that we reflect back on items like the development goals of the United Nations to understand how do we perform, how do we function. See, nothing can work in isolation, including the SDGs. They are good intentions, good goals, a good idea that, yeah, we need to do A, B, C, D, E. But the real challenge is in the implementation. How do we go beyond our own narrow scope of activities and understand the larger global picture? So I think within that framework, these SDGs, each of them are interrelated. And I personally feel that SDG 9, which is specifically related to industry and infrastructure and innovation, I think is perhaps one of the most important goals. And more importantly, I think it has the potential of being the catalyst to kind of achieve all the other goals. Because when we talk about the SDG 9, which is infrastructure, industrialization, and innovation, there are two other words which are very important in this context, which is if you read the actual language, it talks about resilient infrastructure. It doesn't just talk about infrastructure. It talks about resilient infrastructure. It talks about sustainable industrialization. and it of course talks about innovation. I think SDG 9 has 8 targets and 12 indicators. And if you look at the indicators, which are something like road access, uh, and also things like what is the manufacturing value to the proportion of the GDP, what kind of employment it is creating, or even the proportion of small scale industry in the overall scheme of things. Do small scale industries have affordable credit? It looks at sustenance in terms of CO2 emissions, for example, or how sustainable the activities are. It talks about R&D spending of the country, of the nation, vis-a-vis its GDP, how much is it spending, or even how many researchers it has per a million habitats. So I think most of these things are in any case available in the public domain. There are enough number of articles and everything which can table down all these facts and figures where we are today with the SDGs 9 and all the others, and of course the final goal of achieving those goals by 2030. But what is interesting is, as I mentioned, is that when we talk about SDG 9, we have the opportunity or the option of using this goal to achieve far more. In fact, perhaps it can become the catalyst today to achieve everything that we intend to look forward to in all the other goals that we are functioning. I joined in and I understood. I was hearing my previous speaker talking about the dairy development happening and the wonderful work that is happening under his tutelage. And I was just thinking about how just about everything can easily, link up to this whole idea of sustainable growth. As I mentioned, with the COVID pandemic, the disparities in the economies, in the countries, the financial positions are very large. And what is very important today is to be able to bridge these. What is important is to be able to, we are talking about growth, everybody is desperate about growth. How do we involve sustainable technologies? The planet has gone on a downhill far more today in the last century or two than it has ever in the past few thousand years. And we need to look at sustainable development if you want to move forward. It is not only about looking for growth. So there are going to be disparities where perhaps the developed world or the so-called developed world pushing for more sustainable activities, more stringent, for example, emission targets. And then, of course, we have the developing world, which says that, we need to catch up, we need to provide for our citizens, and we need to somehow balance the activity. So I think what is important and what is interesting is the concept of this whole webinar is Self-Actualized Leaders Network. So I really like the word self-actualized, because eventually the motivation and the inspiration and the guidance has to come from each one of us. This has to be a movement for all of us together if we really want to achieve anything. Each individual will be that important unit which will comprise the society, which will comprise the entire nation, which will become a global movement. So I think the fact that any of these things need to be done, there are several challenges. There are shortcomings. There are challenges in terms of, at times, very myopic thought processes, which says, let's just get this done. The sustainability is not important. Resilient infrastructure is not important. Today, even we see that today, even in our streets. To give you all a small example, we find in large parts of the country, contractors building roads, and one rainfall and the road is gone. And then you have it again and again. We are creating infrastructure, but is it resilient? Is it long lasting? Is it something which can be sustained? So if everyone looks at that very small, narrow perspective of self-gain, you will never be able to build a nation. So I think we have to go down to the grassroots level, and my compliments to the organizers for coming up with this idea of self-actualized leaders. So we're not talking about something which is coming from outside. It is from us within. When each individual realizes his or her role in the development of the nation, and that development begins with us. It begins with our self-change. You all heard in my introduction that I'm also a heartfulness meditation trainer. And well, this subject does not involve meditation, and I will not delve too deep into it. But what I would like to suggest is that when we want to change anything, that change has to begin with us. As it is famously quoted by Mahatma Gandhi, that be the change that you want to see in the world. So when we're talking about change, when we're talking about achieving any goals, the meditation process that I'm involved in, and it is not about just some theoretical or esoteric or something very different per se. It is about ourselves. Are we investing in developing ourselves? When I sit and meditate, I acknowledge the fact that I have to work on myself. I have to work and I have to contribute. I think that first step has to happen. So as the organizers have taken the initiative to start off somewhere, that, they've actually got across people from diverse backgrounds to actually come and interact with all of us. I think itself, so that is the first step. Unless we really work towards it, we will not achieve much. So coming back to what I was trying to say, that if our nation has to grow, if we talk about SDGs, these are very, very lofty goals if we are not going to do anything about it. And these are genuinely achievable goals if we as individuals, as a society, and as a nation decide to achieve it. So we have to get out of this very, very narrow prism of self-interest, of self-preservation, promoting one's activities, and look at the bigger picture. Because if the nation doesn't survive, if society does not survive, I possibly cannot stay as an island of prosperity or of anything. And I think the best example for us is the COVID pandemic. Nations which we saw scenes of, for example, hospitals in New York, full people, being loaded into containers. I don't know what all. I think in the initial phase of the pandemic, a developed country like Italy had the maximum number of mortality. We saw the same scenes from Spain. So it's no longer about privilege and non-privilege, them and us. There is no them and us. If one thing the COVID pandemic has taught us is that we are all in this together. So sooner we realize this, the better for us. The sooner we understand that in total development is our individual development. I think that is the most important lesson for all of us, which we need to understand if we are to actually perform. What does the UN SDG 9 talk about? Not only does it talk about industry and innovation infrastructure, what is very interesting is that it becomes a tool to look at the future. We are talking about a future, it's not just about 2030, where these tools, where a country which was perhaps not on the global map for something is able to innovate. If it invests in innovation, so you find tiny nations in Scandinavia, for example. Scandinavia is a very good example of how small countries have invested in innovation, have invested in the co-creation of that environment, which makes them such prosperous nations. Every nation has to understand, every nation has to invest, every nation has to analyze its strengths. When we talk about a large nation like our country, India, we are blessed with the kind of diversity, we are blessed with the kind of possibility, which is got the best of possibly every part of the world. We keep hearing about the population boon or the population dividend that India is supposed to actually get. Whether it will be our boon or bane actually depends on us. Are we going to do the same thing again and again and hope for different results, which is actually the definition of madness according to Albert Einstein, that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? Or are we going to walk the path less trodden, analyze, understand, perhaps do a SWOT analysis, that what are the opportunities for our nation, what are our threats, where do we go, I mean, what is the adverse in our scenario, and understand how do we proceed. I reiterate that we cannot be islands of prosperity as individuals, as a community, as a society, or as a nation. Each one has to do their part together with everyone else. So it happens that even when we talk about these things, we have to take others along with us. And it is in that common prosperity. I'm not trying to be socialistic. I'm not trying to be a communist. I'm not trying to suggest that there has to be division of our assets, or I'm not trying to say that everything is community. But definitely there is a very big requirement and push of equality of opportunity. It's not necessarily of resources. But yes, as a nation, if you want to grow, we have to invest and create more and more equality in terms of opportunities. So we have to invest in certain things which will give everyone similar, if not equal opportunity. That equal opportunity, that hunger for opportunity will drive innovation. That hunger for opportunity will bring that spark. Innovation does not happen as a plan. I cannot plan to innovate something. It happens. We have to create an ecosystem around it. People in the software world are aware there's continuous discussion about the difference between Indian software industry and, say, Bay Area, a small area in the United States of America. And they talk about India is a body shop. India does the grunt work while they are able to package products. They are into the packaging of products, packaging of services, creating that specific innovation that differentiates their products from everyone else's. We have to move up to the value chain. What India has achieved in this field is nothing short of miraculous. It is excellent. It is something we can all be proud of. But what is more important is that we cannot rest on our laurels. We have to move forward towards creating an ecosystem, creating an environment of innovation. It is really heartening to see the kind of VC funding, we see the kind of angel investing and the kind of ideas that are coming out of our colleges and our students and our youth today, which is bringing about that ecosystem. And hopefully in the next decade or so, India's IT industry will metamorphosize into an industry which is led by innovation and not just body shopping. Again, not to digress from the original topic, this was just an example of IT. I think we need to create that unique make in India, made for India, with that Indian perspective. India is known for what is always known as jugaad technology. And this is not a derogatory word, because we have that ability to make the best out of waste, to create shortcuts. But our shortcuts should not bypass the scientific rigor required for any of the things that we do. What we really need to do is move forward towards creating those shortcuts and creating that equal opportunity, where perhaps someone in the rural India also has the same opportunity as someone who is blessed in the urban areas, for example. Today, once we push towards that, once we create that ecosystem, innovation and industry will thrive. One very important aspect of this, which I want to touch upon, is the technology aspect. And I think, especially when we talk about the COVID pandemic in the last year and a half, the haves and the have-nots, there is this very, very strong and clear demarcation of opportunity, which we see, especially in the field of education, in the field of students who have access to communication technologies like the one we are using right now, where even though it may still not be the same as of having in-person or physical classes, but definitely there is an element of opportunity where at least something can be made up of, vis-a-vis large parts of the country, especially in rural areas where the relatively less privileged have been totally cut out from the area of education. So maybe this is one area which highlights how important it is to create that ecosystem of equal opportunity, which without which I think today that generation will get wiped out. Even today, in large parts of the country, we do not have physical classes, we do not have in-person classes. So there is a large section of our youth, whom we call our future, which is totally shut out from the access and opportunity of these classes and being education. So I think these are the very important aspects that we need to understand, because this does not impact us today only. It is actually going to impact our future. And that future is perhaps much closer to us today than we can even imagine. Just imagine the large part of the population. If, for example, if this pandemic continues and the student is deprived of that opportunity to attend classes, to be educated, to graduate, or get that exposure vis-a-vis a certain other part of the population, for no fault of his or hers, you already have created not only social discontent, you also lost out on opportunity of what that girl or boy could have contributed to nation building. So I think that's the most important aspect of this discussion, that when we talk about SDG 9, there are, as I mentioned, there are these goals, there are these indicators, and it could be a very political statement, or it could be something for sociologists to understand that yes, we can look at, oh, we are in indicator number 6, we are at this space, and of course somebody else will say no, but this is not the reason is something else, or perhaps have something else to comment on it. And most of this data is in the public domain, so I do not want to repeat things which are there and which we all understand and appreciate. What is most important and interesting for me as an individual is the fact that we are interested in being that change, the catalyst of that change. The very fact that we have chosen to attend such a session, participate in such a session, means that we are interested in bringing the change that we want to see in the world. And we can all individually and collectively become catalysts of that change. All we need to do is to make that effort and see what is happening around us. I don't think that is very difficult. I have a couple of other ideas I want to discuss, but before I move there, I just want to open this discussion up in case there are any comments. I see some comments coming on the chat. So if there are any comments or any questions or anything anyone want to say, I'll be happy to address those. And then we can, of course, move on.
Yes, those who want to ask question, please raise your hands. And Mr. Rishabh has very rightly said that involvement of all people and organizations are required, because this is time for creating synergy, for creating collaborations, because all these issues are affecting the lives and the quality of life of every human being on this planet now. And the objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. So the danger is right at the door. And if we do not take it urgently, then it may lead to a catastrophic failure. So if all people come together in a spirit of humanity, then definitely we will be able to achieve much higher than what we can achieve through our isolated efforts. So this platform, Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, is created for that purpose only. We are bringing people from all walks of life into this synergy platform. And this includes people from politics and religion as well, because many times people would not like to see the politicians and the religious people, but everyone is a human being and everyone is doing their job in the best possible manner that they can understand. Self-actualization is only that state wherein a person understands the reality. So we can assume that all those people who are not at the self-actualized state, they are under the influence of illusion, which is not something is there like it's a problem for themselves, no doubt about it. But once we see it from the self-realized state, we understand that all those people who are in the garb of, who are in the influence of ignorance are not only culprit, but also victims. So we need to see them as victims also, because they are doing their best what they can do from the point of view where they are right now. And in the absence of the proper benchmark, which is acceptable to the entire world as a God's point of view, then everyone would be forced to take actions based on their point of view. So either we work from the God's point of view or we work from our own point of view. And unless these two match in the state of samadhi, there will always be a problem creation from our side. So either we can be part of problem or we can be part of solution. And that's why this goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders, is being projected, proposed to the United Nations, so that all these leaders can see it from the God's point of view and solve the issues much faster than what we can do now. So this is my take on this, Mr. Rishabh, and I would like you to say more about it. And in the meantime, let me take one question from Mr. Mahendra. I have responded to that from my point of view. I would like Mr. Rishabh to respond to this also. So question is, big public listed companies work for maximizing their profits for shareholders, many a times at the expense of general public and the world. How can we stop this?
Thank you, Hitesh ji. That was really nice what you just spoke. And actually, as I mentioned, I wanted to share some thoughts on something. And it was actually, I would like to thank Mahendra ji for this question. But I wanted to clear if there's any specific question around the UN SDG 9 before I address this, because this triggered a very different thought in me. I do not know if you're aware of, there is a quote which says that if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? It's a philosophical thought statement. I would like to repeat this. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? This is at times, there is a controversy. This is attributed to George Berkeley. And of course, some people believe that it is, and some people think it's not. But it's not relevant. What is important is this thought. I want to address Mahendraji's question in a different light. That big public listed companies, let's, for the ease of discussion, talk about the FMCG companies, which relies on consumers to. It's not only a management question. It's a philosophical question that do the companies exist for their shareholders or their stakeholders? Now, when we talk about stakeholders, shareholders are just one of the stakeholders of any company. You have several other stakeholders. You have, first of all, the workers, the community where you are producing the goods and services, your actual consumers, the customers, and of course, the people who have made everything possible, which is the shareholders. And I think a company or an organization is equally not responsible, but answerable to all these stakeholders. And as Hitesh ji said, when you do not realize that you're not just, you also become a victim of your own oppression. The company is not only answerable to them, its existence also depends on the welfare of every stakeholder. Suppose as a company, I oppress all my workers. As a company, I do not give the best products to my customers. As a company, I just look at one metadata, which is how do I get my profits up? If the other stakeholders do not survive, in the short run, they may survive for various reasons. But if they do not survive in the long run, if I don't have customers, I cannot keep my shareholders happy. If I don't have workers to produce the goods and services that I want to produce for my customers, again, my shareholders are not going to be happy. Today, if the ecosystem or the community where I'm making these products, which makes it possible, suppose the community goes against me, my factory is closed down, the government goes against me, says, no, what you're doing is wrong. Again, I have no shareholders to please. So we have to understand that every organization, every individual will have to stop thinking from a very narrow prism. Of course, I think in the chat, Hitesh ji gave a very good answer to Mahendra ji about we need to move towards a need reduction economy. But I think that's a more of a philosophical approach. But what I would say is, and when we talk about this example that I gave about all the addressing the needs and requirements of all the stakeholders, when we look at the SDGs in general, and we look at specifically SDG 9, no industry, no infrastructure can survive in isolation. There is no point of creating infrastructure or an industry if all the stakeholders are not happy. There is no point of me creating goods and services if there's no customer for it. There is no point of me creating an infrastructure if there is no one to use it. So of course, shareholders are important. Maximizing profits is very important because it is the same people who will propel greater innovation. The day you start trying to do something new, you will need capital. Somebody may be a brilliant scientist, but somebody else will have to not only believe in the person, somebody else will have to support the person. So it's an ecosystem. I think the most important thing that we have to realize is that none of the things, even if they may appear so, can be in isolation. We have to understand that this is actually a flat world where we are all linked to one another. Hitesh ji touched some very philosophical aspects. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, I thought you stopped. So yeah, please continue.
As I was mentioning, you touched some very important philosophical aspects of being able to, I think when you talk about actualized person or a realized person, it is about expanding your consciousness. Right now, our consciousness is mostly within a very narrow prism of I, me, myself. Slowly, it expands towards our immediate families. So it becomes my son, my father, my daughter, things like that. Then it expands towards my community, my caste. And then it somewhere comes to my nation also. We have to unshackle our consciousness into a global consciousness. The global consciousness is not a political statement. It's about us believing that we are citizens of a world. There will be always political, administrative, economic divisions amongst us. So I may be a citizen of a certain country, I may be a resident of a certain state, I may be a voter in a certain city, I may be a participant in a certain municipality. There will be practical, administrative required divisions between us. But we have to, in our consciousness at all times, be bigger than this. And that happens when we allow our consciousness to expand. When we say someone is a self-realized person, when we say what is realization, it is about expanding our consciousness. Today, the fact that the volunteers and the organizers who could have chosen to do very many more relaxing, interesting things on the weekend, choose to actually make the effort to get everyone together on such a platform. It is a realization that more needs to be done. It is also the humility that I cannot do it alone. I need to have people with me. So it's a question. The move, you see, I am amazed by this image of the Dandi March of Mahatma Gandhi. Where he just, if you see the movie Gandhi, it doesn't matter whether it really happened and what really happened then, but I'm sure it is pretty much the representation of what happened was that he goes to the seashore, he picks up a salt and he says, "Now I have broken the law," and just starts walking, and the march starts. And he's followed by half a dozen or a dozen odd people, and then that dozen become a few hundred, and they become a few thousand, and then you see the entire march is going on, and people are thronging the streets just to catch a glimpse of him and are joining him. So the journey of 1,000 steps begins with the first step. So I think where we stand today, that is the step that we have to take. First, it starts with my own understanding and realization that I need to do something. I need to be a participant. I cannot be a mute spectator anymore. I need to be a participant in this journey. And once we decide to move in this journey, it doesn't matter which direction we are taking. Are we going to London or China or whatever? It doesn't matter whether you are doing some meditation or you're doing some public service or you're just volunteering in a school near your house. It does not matter. Each one has their own interests, their strengths and weaknesses. And we are going to do things which are going to reflect on that. Today, I genuinely believe that unless commercial development happens, all the other SDG goals cannot be achieved. I cannot create opportunity for people unless I become an enabling factor, which is what my role is with my business chamber, where we are looking at creating opportunities. So we have businessmen, we have large industries, and we have small businessmen also. See, everyone is going to work towards their capability. It is impractical to think that all the 5 fingers in our hand are going to be all equal. It's not going to happen. But each finger is important. Each finger, what should I say, performs a very important role, and each finger gets its moment under the sun as and when required. What the thumb can do, the little finger cannot. I think it was a reminder to me, Hitesh ji, that my time is running out.
Somebody's mic was unmuted, but yes, we will leave some questions for the panel discussion.
Yes, please.
I'll just give a 1 or 2 minutes comments, and then we will move forward to our third speaker of the day. So Mr. Rishabh has very rightly said that it's not only about shareholders, but about stakeholders. And when we do the stakeholder analysis from a lower state of consciousness, then the lowest level, we will see only ourselves as the stakeholder. And for every other stakeholder, we will just keep a public face, and behind the scenes, we are just thinking about me, myself, right? When the consciousness expands, it reaches out to the welfare of our biological family. Because why I'm saying biological family, because principally every human being is part of the same human family, and because we have divided that family definition, we have reduced the definition of the family based on biological connections. We are considering only those people around us who are biologically related as part of our family. The truth is something else. Then when you expand that, it goes to the community, and then the city, the state, the country, and the entire world. Entire world is our stakeholder. Every action done by every person on this planet ever creates a ripple effect which goes to the entire planet. People at the lower level of consciousness are not able to understand that, appreciate that, and that's where they keep doing the same mistakes again and again. And as we say that ignorance is no excuse. Due to this ignorance, they are creating a lot of negative energy into the ecosystem. So stakeholder analysis is the first thing that we should do while creating any service or product. And if we see deeply, the entire planet is our stakeholder. The nature is our stakeholder. And when we talk about the definition of economy, it is about bringing maximum service and quality improvement in the life of not only human species, but all other species in the minimum amount of material used. That's something which is called as economy. So when we talk about economy, need reduction, as I said, need reduction economy, it means applying the principle of asteya and aparigraha, that is only using what is rightfully to be used. If we go by that, we will be able to have an optimum utilizations of the resources on this planet. So need reduction, there is a lot of artificial need that we have created because we think that it only can generate the employment. There are several other ways to employ people and yet bring prosperity and happiness into their lives, which we are not exploring now. But in Project YugParivartan, we are going back to those roots in which everyone can live in life in the zone of abundance with the minimum use of the resources and with the maximum outcome in the economy. So how this will work, we will explain that as we proceed towards our other platforms. So Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is what is going to do that. And an introduction to that platform is posted on our YouTube channel. So I request everyone to subscribe to those YouTube channel. A lot of intelligent content would keep coming on these channels, and we will show to the world how we can live more happily with lesser amount of resources used. So this is how the industries in the next era should move. Otherwise, we all have seen what the industrial revolution has done to the world, to the pollution levels, to the quality of human life. Of course, it has added something in the quality improvement as well, but it has come at a very huge cost. And when it comes at a very huge cost, we cannot say that it has come economically. So we will continue to see that and we will take more questions during the panel discussion. So with this, let us move on to our third speaker of the day. So may I request my colleague, Mr. Srinivas Chandra, to invite our third speaker of the day. Srinivasji, are you there? You can open your camera now, Srinivasji. Srinivasji, are you there? Okay, it seems there is some connection issue with Srinivasji. So may I request my colleague Aishwarya Tiwari to invite our third speaker of the day on the stage, please. Srinivasji, आप म्यूट पे हैं, एक बार अनम्यूट करके देखेंगे? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही श्रीनिवास जी। No, your mic is not working. Aishwarya, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll try, Srinivas ji can try for the fourth speaker of the day. There is some technical issue over there. So please, Aishwarya, come on the stage and invite our third speaker of the day.
Hello. So our third speaker of the day is Mr. Ramanan Mahadevan. He's hailing from an entrepreneurial belt of Tamil Nadu. Dr. M. Ramanan has successfully completed Masters in Management from IIM Calcutta and Doctorate in Management of MSMEs from IIM Lucknow. He's also a Fellow of the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance, Mumbai. With rich experience gained in MSME and agricultural banking in countries' top banks, Bank of India, IDBI, and SIDBI, for 3 decades, Dr. M. Ramanan successfully managed and restructured 2 microfinance banks called Urban Hoop Bank in Maharashtra and Gujarat on appointment by RBI. He is also a director of reputed business schools and resource person of several universities. Dr. M. Ramanan is the only person trained at the Economic Development Institute of the World Bank on procurement procedures under the World Bank lines of credit for Indian industries, including cement, hospitals, hotels, etc. He has served as a member of Maharashtra Legislative Council. Winner of several awards and accolades, Dr. M. Ramanan has promoted entrepreneurship among Indian youth in a big way for nearly 5 decades. He organized several hundreds of industry-specific and rural development programs, which resulted in creating a vast pool of entrepreneurs. In a nutshell, Dr. M. Ramanan devotes his full time to creating entrepreneurs, particularly in rural areas, and sustaining livelihood of unorganized sector of the society through microfinance. Welcome, sir. So you're on mute. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Ms. Aishwarya Tiwari. And I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Hitesh Chandel for giving me an opportunity to talk in this August forum on the goal number 9 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which pertains to industry, innovation, and infrastructure. That's my specialized area, as was mentioned during the brief introduction. So, as was mentioned during the briefing, the major goals and the objectives of this goal number 9 of the SDGs, which were announced in 2015, which are time bound in the Parivartan program, as Hitesh was mentioning, is to build a resilient infrastructure and to promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and to foster innovation. As would have been seen for the people who are new to this forum, where India stands in the SDG report in 2021, we have moved a bit, but we are still in the 120th rank. We are scoring about 60.1 score, and there is a lot of scope for this industry, innovation, infrastructure, all these three areas to register a higher ranking with a better score in the years to come. But however, the pandemic has created a lot of catastrophe for the Indian industry, particularly having been associated with the industries since 1972. I am rather surprised that this COVID has really, for example, many of the industries in the industries estates in Chennai are suffering a lot, particularly in Ambattur, Bindi, and other industrial estates, and many of them are still lying closed. And most of the things, the main thing what they face is the access to credit. Access to credit is a very important problem faced by the MSMEs. And having been in the banking industry and also heading the two microfinance banks for nearly 20 years in Maharashtra and Gujarat, as was mentioned, I feel that the access to credit has still not improved, because I am also the chairman of the Bankers Committee for facilitating MSME loans for the state of Tamil Nadu. And what the bankers have been doing practically was that to whatever the 20% assistance is given, it's being adjusted towards the overdues or the other installments. So really the money is not flowing to the MSMEs, and that is creating a lot of problem, because there has not been any production. They have not been operating at the break-even level, and whatever it is, the fixed expenses are there. Even though the various variable expenses they can control to some extent, but they are not able to do. We hope that with the improved things going on, because we did not expect a second wave to happen that worsened the situation. Of course, the recent statistics by the government says that India is on the path of recovery, and many of the units are on the path of recovery. They have started working, and we hope to achieve a better GDP during this quarter. That is our intention. So what are the things which are done during this pandemic for helping these micro, small and medium enterprises? So a collateral-free credit scheme was announced by the Honorable Finance Minister in last May. And as I mentioned, though many units are benefited, but the smaller of the smallest, those who are having limits up to 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs and all that, they continue to suffer from lack of credit. So it's the scheme says all business enterprises with outstanding up to rupees 25 crores are eligible. And further, Madam has announced another 1.5 lakh crores recently. So totally making about 4.5 lakh crores. And it is totally guaranteed by the National Credit Guarantee Council Committee. So still there has been hesitation on the part of banks. So I am also a banker for the last 3 decades. But the procedure to claim this guarantee we took up with the government of India, that though you may say 100% credit guarantee, it is not automatic. It's not automatic. The banker lodges a claim with the NCGCTC and the claim is settled. There are so many procedures to be followed. So because it has to be proved that beyond doubt that the credit was given properly and the additional credit was given properly and it was properly deployed and monitored. So these are the issues which we face. So we organize the training programs for the bank managers and those who are in the MSME credit division, so that what is happening is this credit of late it has started picking up, and we have been telling the industry associations also to cooperate with the banks, and so that after all it is a public money, the bank deposits are the public money, the bankers have to be extra careful. So that has been understood very well by the MSMEs also, and so several MSMEs have been benefited. And one of the reasons why they are able to come out of this crisis caused by the unprecedented crisis is also been mentioned in the SDG report of 2021, that this kind of crisis was not witnessed in the last century. We are not witnessed such kind of problem where that though there is a demand that we are not able to meet the demand, and the workers, most of them are migrant workers working here in southern parts of India. They move to all other their own native places. I am a director of one of the companies called Achi Masala. We fully depend on the migrant labor. For more than 600 persons, they left the company. Now, who will do the production? So it's a major problem for the manufacturing industries. Though for the service sector, like and all that, like Infosys or which is also Chennai happens to be the hub for most of the IT companies also. They are not faced a lot of problem because they are working from home, mainly the Infosys or the TCS and all that. But the manufacturing units have faced a lot of problems. And of late, they have been able to come out of this problem because the workers are coming back and the credit is also being made available, because what the bankers are telling us is, so as I am the chairman of the committee, that the funds are available to the banks. The deposits accretion is very good in the Indian banking industry as well as the NBFC. The scheme provides for NBFCs also. After all, the banks have to lend. They cannot keep the money in the investments in bonds and all that. It's not a profitable proposition for them. They have to pay interest on their deposits. So what is happening is that this particular scheme is emergency credit line guarantee scheme has really created a study for the government of India, and we brought out what are the loopholes in this scheme, so that this will help. This scheme to some extent it will help India to get a better score in the SDG as well as to improve the rankings, because most of the, as you are aware, the MSMEs contributes significantly to the country's GDP and to the other indices which are given in the SDG, which Hitesh ji is more aware than myself. So he is able to take up with the government also, so that the scheme is made more simple and it is nearly made automatic. We are told the government that make it automatic, this credit guarantee what you are giving, and also this 20% don't adjust to all the overdues and all that. So this will improve the scenario for the MSMEs in the country as well as the large industries also. So there is another subordinate debt of 20,000 crores to 2 lakhs MSMEs that are NPAs. Unfortunately, though this scheme was announced last year, it has not made any headway. This also we point out to the government. So this found is probably the procedural aspects are not been clearly explained to the banks. Will it be operated through banks, or will it be operated through SIDBI, the Small Industries Development Bank of India, or will it be there will be a separate forum for this? So it has not been cleared, because the subordinated debt is very important. It helps the it helps the units to leverage their debt. No, they are able to. This is a subordinated debt. It's a quasi-equity, we call it. So they are able to borrow more. So particularly the NPAs, which are the stressed assets, because there is no question of any IBC or anything for the MSMEs. Unfortunately, we have got only for large units, the NCLP, the insolvency and banking, the bankruptcy code and all that, where the units can bid and somebody can take over the unit, like many large units have been taken over by this Bush and Steel and all that. This kind of exit route is not there for MSMEs. Their capital is blocked. So we have been telling the government, so this is one of the promotional measures which also the United Nations has appreciated, because earlier we operated a scheme of mezzanine debt for MSMEs. And this will go, if this is implemented, many of the MSME units which are in the verge of NPA or which are stressed assets, they are not been declared as NPA or something like that. They are likely to become NPAs. They can come out of that, and there will be sort of there's some restructuring and coming out of that. They are many of them are potentially viable. We conducted a diagnostic study that if this fund is made available, then they will be able to leverage their bank borrowings. So then equity infusion of rupees 50,000 crores. This has also not taken. This is a sort of a mutual fund scheme, and this is a sort of a mutual fund scheme. And this also has to be, though the first scheme, the emergency credit line, has gone in detail, and the availments are more than 60 to 70% of 4.5 lakh crores set apart for that. Under the second and third one, this has not happened. So what we have to do is, from the YugParivartan, and we have to take up with the government so that the scheme is made available to all the MSMEs, particularly the micro units, where we say that investment is 1 crore and the turnover is 5 crores. So they have no access. So all have been put together. So when I was in Sydney, when we started Sydney in 1990, what we envisaged was it will be mainly a financial institution for small scale industries. At the time, the definition was already 25 lakhs and all that. And gradually the government increased the definition, and now today even the medium scale units are clubbed together with a rural industry. So the same definition is applied for NPA, same other parameters are applied like you applied for large units. At least for large units, you have got the exit route and you have got the restructuring, as I mentioned, IPC and all that, which is not available for the micro enterprises. And the definition has happened recently, where the distinction between the manufacturing and the service sector has been completely done away with. That is keeping in view the global trend. And recently, the government has also announced, the traders, the shopkeepers and all that can be covered under the Mudra scheme, because I am the state coordinator for the Tamil Nadu for Mudra scheme. And the largest availment in the whole country, more than 4 crores borrowal accounts are in Tamil Nadu alone. So it shows that the scheme, which is only for up to 10 lakhs, is also again collateral free, because the collateral, insisting on collateral security of the banks is a major hurdle for getting finance. And many of them are not having project ideas, the project profiles and all that. So the government has taken serious measures through the Udyam Mitra scheme to provide the project idea. So because many of the youngsters, because I am also director of a business school, I was earlier with 3 or 4 business schools, many of the youngsters, they want to become entrepreneurs. Today the ecosystem is far better than what it was a few decades, but they are not having clear idea which industry will be doing very well. So because the industry is a very major area under that global the sustainable goals under 9, so I am stressing more on the industry aspect of that, so that mainly if India has to progress, is mainly through the micro enterprises alone and the manufacturing. So the Make in India, as the Prime Minister has been advocating, so that is the way, because the service sector does contribute. And not, if you take the GDP, more than 50%, 60% is contributed by service sector. But they are not able to provide vast employment as the this brick and mortar industries can do. So the only way is to encourage the industry sector among the MSME rather than the service sector. Give more focus on the industry sector, it will give you a better ranking for India, and at the same time it will also improve their score also. So the definition has really helped in one way, But at the same time, it has put the micro industries at a disadvantage. Because if you go to Coimbatore, one of the biggest centers in Tamil Nadu, you see that they are asking for a separate institution, financial institution for micro enterprises. Now enterprise, both service and industries are called enterprises. There is no, in the word industry is not used, it's used enterprise. Enterprise means both service sector as well as the manufacturing units. So whereas there are no commonalities. The problems of enterprises are different, problems of industries are different. Now, I'm not telling that because of clubbing both of them, what will happen is, and the very rigid definition by the Reserve Bank of India, just telling 90 days even in this pandemic time, that where they are not able to manufacture anything, okay, the Basel norms and all that they are telling we have to be very strict, otherwise what will happen is we cannot dilute the prudential norms, the provisioning and all that. So all the time what is bothering the bankers' mind is, suppose this unit by chance becomes 90 days overdue, what will happen? Then I have to classify, even though there may be a chances of the unit coming out in the next quarter, but in the last quarter it has become 90 days. So the definitions are also rather harsh. Of course, the Reserve Bank has been telling that to make it as 180 days for micro enterprises. Some changes have to be done in the definition, particularly for the micro enterprises. Now coming to the innovation, the second under the SDG, the seed funding to startups. So I am also associated with a large number of incubators in and around Chennai. In one of the largest incubators, technology business incubators, is in VIT at Vellore. It is declared as the best incubator in the country. I request Hitesh ji to sometime to come to Vellore and see for himself the progress made there. And they have done wonders. And it is a role model for any of the incubators in the country. So the second one which is famous is in Tamil Nadu is the IIT Madras one, where it has got large number of startups have come because of the incubator. Because it is one way of promoting entrepreneurship is to have incubators. So we have got the technology business incubators which are funded through the Atal Technology Mission. And under this, most of the problems is where the angel investors are coming or the venture capitalists are coming. Once they have a clear-cut product trials are made and all that, at the second stage only they are coming. So the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme provide financial assistance to proof of concept, prototype development, product trials and all that. The SISF has also, they are allocated, so far Indian startups have raised a large number of more than 20 billion. Once again, this fund has to be clearly written, the sense that what are the eligibility? Are you focusing only on the IT sector? Are you not bothering about the, for example, a rural artisan is coming. Hello? Are the rural artisans covered under the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme? We are taken up with the matter with the micro MSME ministry, so that, okay, the focus more on innovation in the startups and all that. In the IT sector has happening for more than 60% of the assistance has gone to IT sector, but we are not against IT sector. What we are telling is manufacturing units, the rural entrepreneurship, because we as our earlier president used to say, the providing urban facilities in rural areas, the Pura scheme. So as the person who is in the managing one of the business schools in the rural area, so there's a lot of potential for entrepreneurship. Only thing is, we have to prepare a project profile for them and a bankable proposal, teach them about business plan, and make them, equip them to meet the requirements of the banks. As my previous speaker was mentioning, all the stakeholders, not only the shareholders. So we have to make them in such a way that the rural, a lot of people are now doing, willing to take up rural entrepreneurship. And I am sure that this SIFS will make a dent in that particular field. Coming to the infrastructure, the third subdivision of the goals. So the recent development is a NAPFIT. As it was mentioned during the introduction, I am one of the founders of the Industrial Development Bank of India, and IDBI played a key role in the, for example, the Northeast region. many of the backward regions in Bihar, UP and all that, they benefited a lot because of IDBI. Because for IDBI, it's an Industrial Development Bank of India. It is not only for, one finance minister said, India means only the Western and Southern India. It's not like that. India means all the northeastern regions also. So large number of assistance was given. So now the government has taken on, as it was mentioned during the budget speech, infrastructure financing in a big way. I am sure that this focus on infrastructure financing and infrastructure development with a massive outlay of more than 100 lakh crores by 2024-25 is going to definitely make India move ahead of this score and also the rank from the whatever it is 120 or so. It will definitely move to say a 2 digit, say 60 or 70. It will move in the 2022 report. I am sure about that. And though I am not an astrologer to predict, but I am sure that is going to happen. And development of this bank has come. Though many of the even smaller countries are having development banks, we did not have a designated development bank. After the IDBI became a bank, a commercial bank, there was no development bank, though we had a Exim Bank, CP and all that. But we are not for infrastructure. We did not have a specific development bank. So this bank is meeting the requirement of the infrastructure sector of the country, which is the backbone for developing economy. The economic development happens only through infrastructure development. So it will develop bonds and derivative markets, and with a share capital of 1 lakh crores, both developmental and financial objectives. It's not going to only provide finance, the long-term loans and the bonds and all that. It's also going to provide the developmental activities in a big way through forums like Parivartan and all that. They will have to think of organizing some programs on this infrastructure development as one of the goals of the United Nations. We'll work under DFS in Finance Ministry, the Department of Financial Services, which is also operating the National Credit Guarantee Trust Company. So the SIDBI has been mandated to float these 20,000 crores, and I came to know that they have mobilized already the funds. So objective is to replace 100 trillion infrastructure by 24-25. So India is going to see a major infrastructure development, which will enable India to become an industrialized country, and the global objective of industrialization, and also the FDI receipts will be increasing in large quantity in the years to come. So the next one is the national monetization plan pipeline, which has been announced recently by the Honorable Finance Minister. So initially, though there are controversial opinions coming from the opposition that you are selling the assets of which have been built over so many years, for more than 70 years. So the argument has been met by Niti Aayog, which says that we are not going to sell any of the assets. We are only going to lease out them, because you have to raise funds. Even earlier, we had the PPP route, the private public partnership route, through which we had all these highways and all that, the toll gates and all that were developed. So yesterday we were traveling from Bangalore to Chennai. So the big tollway and all those things were developed only by this funding, the BO, this build, operate, transfer, or the BOLT, whatever it is. So the PPP scheme was already there. But the problem with the PPP scheme was that there has not been much of progress. A study was conducted on the PPP scheme. I was associated with the study which was conducted by ADB. That what the PPP has mentioned was that initial capital is a big problem. And once again, the banks are financing the PPPs. So, you know, the mismatch of funds will be there in the case of a commercial bank. The deposits and all that are short term, whereas the infrastructure is a long term. For the first 5 years, you cannot think of much. It can be a graded repayment. There cannot be EMI like that. The equated monthly installment, it's not possible. Maybe for 2-3 years, you have to give moratorium. And even after that, a graded repayment has to be done, not a bullet repayment or say equal repayment is not possible. So they were not used to that kind of lending, because they were used to only kind of giving traders cash credit limits or overdraft or granting small loans and all that. You ask them to specialize in infrastructure financing. It's a very difficult. It's a different type. Infrastructure banking is totally different area. So it requires a different kind of expertise and also a different kind of approach. The attitude itself has to change. So initially, objective is to tap private sector investment for new infra creation. It's going to create in all the areas, the roads, the transport, highways, and the roads and transport, highways and power is going to take the major chunk. And so that these essential infrastructure areas are developed like pipeline and natural gas, civil aviation, shipping and telecom, mining, housing, etc. are going to see a sea change in the next, say, 5 years or so. So you can definitely think that these measures put together, combination of what has been happening in the industry, happening in the startup sector, the innovation, and in the infrastructure, definitely I am sure that India is poised to get a better ranking and a better score in achieving the SDG goals by 2030. Definitely we are moving in the right direction, so that if these are implemented in the real spirit, and the Indian industry contributes large to the development and also the infrastructure sector, surely the startups number is increasing. Yeah, we have seen that the number of startups in various areas, not only in IT sector, in manufacturing sector also is increasing. But only thing is a specialized sort of approach is required for rural entrepreneurship, which is one of the neglected areas. We pointed out to the Union Minister also. Earlier, Mr. Nitin Gadkari was there. We had a meeting with him. We told him that rural entrepreneurship, you have to have a separate section in our department in MSME, so that it focuses on that, because there's a tremendous potential. As earlier, remember in management schools, where people thought that the market means the FMCG market and all that is confined only to big centers, big clusters like metropolitan cities and all that. Yeah, then the economist came, then a management expert came by name C.K. Prahalad. He said the bottom of the pyramid. There is so much of potential hidden in the rural areas, the bottom. Why are you not tapping them? Now today, the rural marketing, the rural entrepreneurship, the rural infrastructure, a company, in the IT company in Zoho is having only in rural areas. It's not having operations only in Tenkasi in Tamil Nadu. It's a rural area. Though it is not a village, it's a rural area. So many of them are preferring the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, not confined, because what has happened is you have seen the example of Bangalore, which has grown beyond limit. So the vehicles cannot move. They are moving at a snail speed. The infrastructure developed is not enough to meet the expectations of the people living there. So naturally, the industry as well as the startups and as well as the infrastructure development have to take place in rural areas, and so many of the areas in northeastern sector and all that, where there is a tremendous potential. Just to quote an example, my own student, he set up a cement plant in Shillong, where there is no raw material available, the limestone and all that. He had to get the limestone from some other center, but he proved that the cement project is viable. So if you are to think of industrialization country for the whole, and so that there is no skewed development like happening only in Maharashtra also. I was heading a bank in Jalgaon. It's in Maharashtra, central Maharashtra. It was not developed at all. So only agricultural activities were there. Then we did in a big way. Agro industries came in a large number. So today it is able to do well, much better than what it was, but still not on par with many of the industrial units in Pune or any other centers in, say, like Mumbai and all that, the Thana belt and all. Same thing happening in Tamil Nadu also. Many of the industrial activities are happening in and around Chennai. The southern districts, if you go, there are not many industries. So even MSMEs are not there in large number. So there is a tremendous potential. Many of the entrepreneurs are coming from those areas. The southern districts, the Nadar community and all that, the Chettiars, they are mainly from southern Tamil Nadu. They are the entrepreneurs. But the activity is happening in other parts of the state or the country. So we found that there is a tremendous potential for developing both industry, innovation, as well as infrastructure development in all parts of the country. And today we have got all kinds of communication mode and this one. So it should not be difficult and for use the technology for our help. So that what we have found today, that we can get a loan sanction for a micro under Mudra scheme within 1 hour. I got a sanction within half an hour. It has only half an hour it has taken for taken a sanction of about 10 lakhs. He started in a small way manufacturing, the sweet potato. I'm just giving an example how the sweet potato, which has not been, which is having a good, doctor said it's good for diabetes and all that. Instead of the regular potato, the sweet potato, and it has the crop which is grown, it has not been used to a full extent. So the wafers can be made, the chips can be made, and all kinds of product can be the powder, like a starch powder. You can create a powder from the sweet potato. So this gentleman, he got the technology from our CFTRI. The technology was available for more than 30 years, but it was lying idle because there was no commercialization. So many of our laboratories are having the technology. We are not lacking in technology. But what we have to do is, we have to find out an entrepreneur to commercialize them and give them the how to prepare the business plan, give them the how to prepare the project report, and get them hand-holding, the mentoring. Very important in all the areas is mentoring, because many of the entrepreneurs, they are not coming from a business family. Those who come from a business family, it is in their blood. There's no need for them to, many of the large business houses they hail from. But I am talking about the first generation entrepreneurs. We are not focusing on those people who are already the third or fourth generation entrepreneurs. The first generation entrepreneurs, because that is the only solution for tackling the unemployment problem and the number of youth, because India is gifted with more than 40% for the population going to be less than 35 years. So how to cater to them? So seeking the same United Nations, one of the other goals out of the 17 goals, so that we get the maximum out of the demographical dividend what we get. I feel that these three, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, play a key role in as a goal of the United Nations to increase the ranking and also the economic activity, not only the per capita income, the GDP, and above all, to see that there is no unemployed person in the country. That is the only way we can do it, because every micro industry can provide employment to nearly 5 persons with an investment of hardly 5 lakhs. You per lakh is 1 lakh investment, only 1 lakh is the capital involved for creating a employee. And those employees are going to become employers later. Because we have been telling that you work in a small unit, you gain experience, and today with a lot of industrial climate programming with the credit guarantee scheme, the subsidy is available from the state government, the central government. For example, there's a subsidy scheme called MEED in Tamil Nadu. The minister has been telling, the other day I was talking to the finance minister, he was telling there are no applications. They allocated more than 500 crores. Then I told them that, did you go through the whatever applications were you able to sanction? Then he found that more than 20% of the applications were rejected for some other reason. Now this one was not there, that information was not there, like that the business plan was not clearly given, or the market study was not done. See, these things, they are all localized market. There is a need for a market study for that particular product. They are all consumed within the city of Chennai or Madurai or Trichy. So it is not necessary to engage a very big market consultant like this one and then create some big report. It's not required. So what we have been telling is to ease of doing business. We have to improve. That's one of the goals of World Bank Human Development Index report. Yeah, another report of this one, where we have to improve these things. So with that, I feel that I have covered the major areas of this industry, infrastructure, and innovation. And any questions, I'm willing to take. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ramanan, for the wonderful coverage on this goal with a lot of statistics and data with crystal clear information that can come to our use. All these presentations and sessions will be published on our Project YugParivartan YouTube channel after editing. And right now this is going live on our Defined Values Consultants channel. So yes, this was really wonderful, and there are a few questions which have come on the chat box, and I also request the other participants and even the panelists to raise their hands if they have any questions related to the session given by Dr. Ramanan. So let me just go through the two questions which are posted on the chat box. One is from Mr. MS Khan. He says that although this question is out of context, but still I want to know how can a common man see the output of rupees 20 lakh crore on ground level? So it's like all intellectuals talk a different language. Just to elaborate more on this question, intellectuals talk in a different language and the common people understand in a different language. So there is a gap between the understanding of what is being done by the leadership and what is being received by the end users. So what is your say about it?
See, this 20 lakh crores, which is the economic package announced last year, and another 6 lakh crores has been added recently. So totally about 27 lakh crores. So you divide by the population, the 130 crores or something like that, and give to each one. So once a talk was given by, kindly see the YouTube of Mr. Arvind Subramanian, our economic advisor to the government of India, chief economic advisor. So it has no multiplier effect. You just give it as a subsidy. To each one I give, say in Tamil Nadu, maybe in other states also, everyone has given 4,000 rupees as a COVID relief. There even people who are income tax payers, paying 10 lakhs and all that, everybody got 4,000 rupees. So now the wisdom has come to the government, it should be given to the needy, not to the entire population of this country. Not to the entire population, they are not requiring this kind of 4,000 rupees as a COVID relief. It's a peanut for them. If they just go to the restaurant, they spend about 4,000 rupees. It's not going to be of any help. But to the platform, to the ordinary fruit vendor, there's a scheme developed for 10,000 rupees. We got it in Chennai, around more than 5,000 persons are assisted under that. But there were so many hassles under the scheme. That's what the questionnaire, the person who posed the question was asking, how the common man feels about these 20 lakh crores. So one of the complaints is it has to percolate down. See, when the industry is given 20% additional limit over and above, suppose they are enjoying about 10 lakh credit limit, they are given 2 lakh credit. One of the leather units got it in Chennai. When you know leather cluster is there in Chennai, Vanyambadi and other. More than 5 lakh MSMEs are there in leather sector alone. I am advisor to the leather clusters. So all of them got it and they were able to provide some kind of relief to their workers. So it passed on to the workers. I won't say that 20% whatever the limit they got 2 lakhs was simply given to the workers. It was not given entirely to the workers, but if they were able to start production, isn't it? That's a very big thing now. It was the machine were lying, there was no production, there were no orders. After all, you know, they are all exported items, mostly exported leather items. Now we were not getting export orders. The domestic consumption was also low, and we were the workers are migrated, most of them, and other places and all that. So what was more required was to create a congenial environment so that the pre-COVID situation will come. It does not come fully. I'm not telling it does not. To some extent, this relief given by the government may not have been directly felt by the ordinary common man on the road or something like that. But the revival of the economic activity is very, very important. And that has happened due to this. I won't say solely due to this. It is a contributory factor. I'm not telling that whatever money, 20 lakh crores, it come to the common man and all. But it has created a climate so that they are able to start. Today, come and see in Tirupur, the production is going on all the 3 shifts. All the workers are fully employed, they are getting their salary and all that. What was the position during the COVID period? For 6 months, they were laying closed. So the industries, they complain to the government, if this continues, you are telling lockdown and all that, what will happen to the economic activity? All right, you want to save the lives of the people. Otherwise, what will happen is the corona will be a very big pandemic and lakhs of people will die. Agreed. But what will happen to the economic activity? So the government had to balance between the survival of their own citizens, the unprecedented COVID crisis, and also the economic crisis which was looming large. So to a large extent, it addresses the problem, though there may be kind of objections, as some people are making an issue. Did the Prime Minister give 15 lakhs to each citizen, which he promised? The common question asked. I don't know whether he promised or not. I'm not going to the merits of that. The common man will say, or the opposition parties will say, well, they are not got 15 lakhs. So what is the benefit out of this? I will only say the benefit has come not directly but indirectly. Okay.
Yes, we can also see a lot of visible changes, but at the same time, this corona situation has created a big dent on the economy.
Yeah.
And the decision makers were always in a fix whether to save the economy or to save the public health. And this generation, and in fact, all those people who are on this planet today, alive on this planet today, they have not seen a lockdown of the scale that we have seen during this pandemic. So most of the things were unknown variables, both for the general public as well as for the decision makers. So it was always a tough decision, but at the same time, due to the huge pressure on the economy, people have started thinking about which one is the lesser evil, whether saving public health directly from this pandemic is more important than saving the health of the economy is more important. Because if we don't save the health of the economy, it will result into a catastrophic failure, or at least a domino effect coming down at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of losing a lot of employment, raising of the poverty levels, and several other issues coming due to a lack of employment. So of course, this was a tough situation, but I think the graph should go up now, and the economy should revive if we all come together and create a solution.
Yeah. Any other questions, please?
Okay, so the next question, I hope Mr. MS Khan, you have got some answer to your question. We will discuss this further during the panel discussion. Next question is from Mr. H. Anand. He says that how artificial intelligence is going to affect the MSME sector and like to aspirations of people staying in village to grow tall. First generation entrepreneurs versus first generation AI tool.
Yeah. There has been a lot of talk on AI replacing the human intelligence or whatever it is, the human efforts, the hard work, which our village artisans and other people are doing. But many of the, if not the smaller of the MSMEs, the medium ones, those investment above 50 lakhs and all that, they have started using artificial intelligence in their manufacturing activities. At least I am able to see in Coimbatore, in Chennai, and other place. For example, I was general manager of Bharat Heavy Electricals in Trichy, one of the largest boiler plants which manufactures the power generation. Okay, you have might have heard about BHEL. It's a very famous company. One of the largest plants is in Trichy. So we have a large industrial estate surrounding Trichy called Tuapudi Industrial Estate. Some of the people who may be watching also may be from that. So where we have seen this artificial intelligence is applied in a sense that to reduce as a cost saving measure or to improve the production, because the fineness with which we acquire the components, it can be done only with an artificial intelligence. So many of the MSMEs, particularly those who are having investment, as I mentioned to you, or who are in the field for more than 10 years, who have been supplying to large public sector undertakings, they are tuned themselves to face the challenge. But the question here is how the staying in villages to grow tall. You have seen the mobile telephony in villages. It has taken by storm. For the population, average we are having more than everyone has got 2 double SIM or more than one for this mobile. It has taken mobile in a storm. I can go so even the village level. Many of the participants will be knowing the case of agriculture, the wholesale markets and all that, they are able to get the information through the mobile telephony, and the AI is helping in a big way. So though it does not, the AI is mostly confined to the large industries or the medium, among the MSMEs, those who are having investment of very big levels. But I'm sure the days to come, it will take deep roots so that it will result in higher production with a lower capital expenditure and also lower this cost of production. So it is going to benefit in a big way. So it has not gone deep to the rural sector in a big way. I am not able to see in a big way. Maybe some of the panelists may be able to add to my knowledge or to the wisdom. But I have not seen much of the things taking place in the sector where you see the artificial intelligence, or the question is for the aspirations of people staying in villages. But certainly it is going to play a major role in the years to come. You cannot be away from that. The robo and the AI and the machine learning,
yes,
and
it
all
will
that.
definitely be there. I am aware of few initiatives, and we are very soon going to do a collaboration with them to bring the artificial intelligence into various other applications which are not yet seen by the common people. So very soon this will happen. Okay, so we have got few more questions, but we will take them during the panel discussion. So I request not to withdraw those questions, let it be there, and we'll cover that during panel discussion. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ramnan, for such a wonderful insight with a lot of direct inputs related to the goal number 9. We will ask more questions, of course, during the panel discussions. So with this, let us move on to our fourth speaker of the day. And for this, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Srinivas Chandra ji, to invite the fourth speaker of the day on the dais. Srinivas ji, your voice is still not there. So kindly unmute on either of the devices.
Hello, I'm audible now?
Yes, you are audible now. Great.
Okay. Our fourth speaker is Dr. K.K. Upadhyaya. He is chairperson, Center for Sustainability and CSR, BIMTech. Professor K.K. Upadhyaya is a widely respected and seasoned development professional with 39 plus years of experience across government, not-for-profits, academia, and corporate. He has pioneered several innovative and outstanding social enterprises like Safal, Apni Yojana, Bastar Integrated Development Program, and Health of the Urban Poor. Dr. Upadhyaya has been a pivotal part of the CSR journey in India as a thought leader, practitioner, and formal head of the FICCI Aditya Birla CSR Center for Excellence. He has been on board of several non-profits, including National Trust, National Population Stabilization Fund, UN Global Compact, DNR Foundation, and International Institute of Court Management. He contributed to the sector through several publications and research studies for USAID, UNIFEM, and IIED London. At present, Dr. Upadhyaya is professor in Birla Institute of Management Technology. In short, it is BIMTech, and the chairperson Center for Sustainability and CSR. He is a motivational speaker, trainer, and executive coach. In recognition of the positive impact on the society, Dr. Upadhyaya has been conferred titles like Thought Leader, CSR Leader of India, Mahatma, and the CSR Trainer of the Year 2020. A warm welcome to you, sir, Dr. Upadhyaya. We hand over the mic to you now.
Sure, thank you. Srinivas ji, first of all, thanks a lot for such a good introduction. I have been practically a student of corporate social responsibility and sustainability. And I have seen all the four sides basically. I have been in the field with Dr. Verghese Korean. We made cooperatives in Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, and Punjab. Worked with corporates, JK Group, Raymond's, Vodka Group, and then I was head CSR with FICCI. It has given me an insight into the non-for-profit sector, corporate, and I was in government with National Dairy Development Board. I have seen it very closely. Not only seen it, also felt it. That's where I thought after hearing to such excellent deliberations by my previous speakers, I thought I'll restrict myself to CSR and how it affects industry and SDG 9. Let me share my presentation. Let me just make it full. I'm going to talk about corporate social responsibility and sustainable development goal 9. Will you fly such a plane? Answer is no. The whole technology is very complex. So is CSR. It's complex, complicated, now compulsory, and also confused. That's what from time to time we keep on talking about. Just a few seconds, what they mean by CSR basically.
The video doesn't have voice, Dr. KK.
Yeah, sure. When you see different stages of CSR, we had just published a book called Corporate Social Responsibility 4.0. India at one time, we had 34% of words trade. Then came the whole theory of trusteeship. Then the third industrial evolution. And then all the activities by PSUs and MMCs. Why we did them? Because that time we were mostly importing things. And that's where from 2014 onwards, we started the CSR 4.0. From a family-owned business, we have come to a charity, from charity to philanthropy, and philanthropy to the basic question at the heart of CSR are always as old as business itself. CSR has been around for a long time. Why it started? It started to make employees healthier and more productive. And that's where when you talk about industry, you have to understand one thing. Jamshedpur, it was not even a small village. But when the industry came there, Tata started there. They had employees. They had to take care of their employees. They started the dispensary. They started the school. That's why till today also, we spend maximum on education and CSR. CSR is a license to operate, and then philanthropy. I would like to clarify a little bit here. Yeah.
Dr. KK, you need to share it again with the sound also on. No sound is coming.
Sound should be there.
Yeah, stop share and then share again with the sound on.
Can you hear now?
Volume is low.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, I think you need to
let me
share
tell you.
and
what
then
he
share
says,
again with the sound checkbox on. Or if you have a link to this video, I can play it for you.
No problems, huh? I can talk about it. What Ratan Tata is saying, he's saying as an industry, you have to work with the communities. You can't have islands of prosperity. You can't work with the gaps. You can't work in a system where a lot of people have a lot of money and a lot of people don't have anything. And that's what we have been working with John Elkington. In 60s, we were in a decline mode. We said we are not doing anything wrong. But 70s and 80s, we came to a compliance stage. Compliance, where we had a lot of law, pollution control board for water, for gases, for other things. So we were in a compliance mode. That's where CSR started. And now we are at social innovation. That's what SDG 9 also mentions. In India, we had lot of philanthropists all over the world, basically. From Jamshedji Tata, Bill Gates, to Warren Buffett. And Jamshedji Tata has been the top philanthropist of this century. Bill Gates gave 50% as well. Warren Buffett 78%. Why I'm saying that? I'm sharing it with you for a simple reason. Lot of time we confuse between individual social responsibility, corporate social responsibility, and then talk about the companies. That's what most of the activists, they miss it out. That's where at this point of time, when we see at NGO sector, it looks more like an activist activity. So you have to understand the industry, how industry is donating. John Friedman, he said, the only one responsibility of business toward the society is the maximization of profits to the shareholder within legal and ethical framework. We don't have time today. Otherwise, I have shared with you a lot of stories about Coca-Cola, how they had problem with the CSC report, how they try to face it, and what has happened over a period of time. Volkswagen, they had problem with their emissions. They try to work out in a way, and whenever emission is tracked, you are not able to do that. There are plenty of stories. There are good corporates, there are bad corporates. There are good NGOs, there are bad NGOs. What we are talking about is, we are talking about shareholders. Shareholders initially were the most important, then gradually companies grew in size and power. And they started playing ever increasing role in society. So we moved from shareholder to stakeholders. When I say stakeholders, I mean customers, vendors, employees, government. As somebody was asking a question about not to forget the community with which we work. CSR, or for that matter, what is a company now? I have seen 2019 budget, I worked on it. 21% of the budget money came from corporate. That's the type of role corporate plays. That's what a lot of people forget when they start analyzing or talking about companies. CSR or companies are a bridge between what society requires and what society expects. That's where they have to work together. Society and business. Society needs employment, investment, profit. Business needs demand, public assets, legal protection. One factor, as my previous speaker was also mentioning about different programs, one factor which we also must know is population. Population is increasing at an increased rate. Poverty has gone down in India from 55% to 28%, but the numbers have gone up. India, a large country, second populous, but we have challenges of poverty, corruption, malnutrition, and inadequate public health care. That was exposed by Corona. In Human Development Index, we are 130. We have slipped down 28 places in Gender Gap Index. We have made a lot of progress. Per capita GDP has grown 6 times. Poverty almost half between 91 and 2020. But that's how, remember one factor. Share of richest, 1% in country's wealth is 53%. When we talk about 10%, it becomes 76.3%. In 2018, as per a study, riches of richest has been gone up by 18%. It's not an Indian phenomenon. It's a world over. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about gap between middle class and the rich class. I'm talking about the gap between the haves and have-nots. I'm talking about India versus Bharat. India, where we are the champions. We have sent a Chandrayaan, but at the same time, 9% of our population have to fight for 2 ends meal. At this point of time, we are giving ration to 80 crore people. Can business continue like this? If the society fails, can business continue? Answer is no. That's where, as industry, when I was with the industry chamber, or as a head of a CSR and sustainability center, we talk about human rights, labor, environment, and corporate governance. ESG, which we talk a lot these days. Lot of investment is coming in ESG way. What we talk about? We talk about employee welfare, engagement of stakeholders, promote human rights, and support inclusive growth. In Indian context, when we talk about corporates, we talk about this 2%. We talk about inclusive growth. What we have done? We have a company at 2013, which has a lot of provisions. We are moved from NVGs to BRR, business responsibility. Now we talk about business responsibility. That's where SDG 9 becomes very important. At this point of time, it's mandatory to spend 2%, but I always also talk about 98%. How do they earn it? As per the law, a lot of companies have to do it. Last year, 21,000 plus companies in 7 years have spent about more than 1 lakh crores. Let's look back. Over the period, companies have spent 1 lakh crore rupees, where Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, very little. UP, Bihar, Northeast on education, health, rural development, environment. 2021 has been a landmark in two reasons. One for Corona, lot of corporates, they worked for the migration, the migrated population. At this point of time also, as per a March study, it says 25% of the population of the people who went back to villages, they are not coming back to cities. That's where we have to work a lot on skills. We have to find them employment. Luckily, agriculture has performed excellent. But can agriculture absorb such a big population? No. Industry has contributed a lot to PM Care Fund amendments, through various amendments, a lot towards Corona-related activities, right from providing food to migrants, PPE kits, masks, to now making makeshift hospitals and oxygen plants. A lot is being done. The landscape is changing. We have moved from name or shame to comply or explain to a regime of comply or pay penalty. That's where role of industry is becoming more and more important now. It's a regulatory compliance. I won't go to details, right from making a CSR committee to annual action plan to implementation to impact assessment. From a poor economy, we have come to rapidly developing economy at this point of time. As per the SDGs, we are going into a developed economy. Can she hope to live in developed world? Yes. That's where we have SDGs now. SDG is a framework. Mahatma Gandhi said, the world has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everybody's greed. That's what we're talking. SDGs. Economy of the world. Our economy is increasing at a rapid rate. So is urbanization. By 2050, 70% will be urbanized. As I said, can you go like this? No. That's where we moved from MDGs to SDGs. I won't play the video. What I have been trying to say, this is a video from UNDP, where we are saying we have solved a lot of problems. To be precise, about 50%. That's where now we have moved from MDGs to SDGs, from 8 indicators to 17 of them, 17th being partnership. At YugParivartan, you have always talked about, you have already talked about 8 of them. Today you have been listening to my fellow panelists about the 9th one. There are a to-do list for people and planet and a blueprint for success. That's what it is. That's how, through Sustainable Development Summit 2015, we have found this. Why it's important to us? Because we are a signatory to it. Set of 17 goals, 169 detailed targets, 2-year period of negotiation agreed by all the world on 25th September 2015. We have to achieve by 2030. We are already running late due to pandemic. They are universal. They apply to everybody. They are integrated into various programs. They are transformational. What about implementation? At YugParivartan, you have heard about the 8th. The 9th, which we are discussing today, is build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable internalization, and foster innovation. In short, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. 14.2% of the world workforce employed in manufacturing. 1.1 manufacturing jobs created, 2.2 jobs in other sectors. As the last question, when my fellow panelist was trying to answer, you may not see those 20,000 crore rupees. They result in jobs. They result in better products. They result in providing money to the government. 111 million people employed in micro, small, and medium enterprises. 33% of the manufacturing output is from them. We have a lot of internet subscribers. We have lowest per capita carbon emission. Each goal is important, and they are all connected. India is ranked 117th. India is a signatory, and we are doing a lot. We already have 3 reports. The baseline in 2018, second in 1920, and now we have the third one. We cater to 16 goals, 70 targets, 115 indicators, and we have a SDG index and dashboard, and we have released it on 3rd June 2021. If aspirant, we rank on a scale of 100, 0 to 49 aspirant, 50 to 60 for performer, front runner, 65 to 99, achiever 100. When it comes to goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, Gujarat, as expected, is number 1. The top 5 in overall SDG is Kerala, Himachal, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Sikkim, Maharashtra. The bottom, Bihar, Jharkhand, Assam, Arunachal, Meghalaya, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. As per estimate, how much we need to achieve SDG? Around 0.6 trillion. Do we have this money? 10% yes. That's where we are talking about impact investing, unlock billion towards SDGs. SDGs make a good business sense. When you work with SDGs, you unlock the potential. It's a new market which is coming up. As my fellow panelists made it clear to you, things are changing. They are changing for better. CSR, different SDGs, they are linked to different CSR activities as per the Schedule 7 of Companies Act 2013. We spend different money, which we have spent towards Goal 9. 67 companies spent on about 34 projects, around 203 crores last year. Amount spent 83 crores. Number of projects 116. Number of companies 40. Which companies have spent maximum? There has been from practically all the sectors. All the sectors. Industrial sectors, they are working on SDG 9. Banking, oil, metal, computers, IT, power and heavy chemicals, all are working on that. What activities we are working on in SDG 9? In SDG 9, we are working on education and skill, rural development, technology incubation, and lot of others. This is the type of projects we have in education and skills, technology incubation, and rural development. This is the type of companies. They are spending more and more on more and more projects under SDG 9. What it all means? To me, it means engaging with the communities. As you see, the question generally we ask, because it's a tired thing. The benefits don't come directly to the consumer. As was mentioned, people generally ask why we are not getting 15 lakh rupees each. It's not so simple. But at the same time, engaging communities in this process is very important. That's what I personally feel YugParivartan has to do. Before the benefit goes down, can we really engage communities? Can we pass on this information in a simple way? Partnering for scalability and sustainability. Sustainability is very important. The way we inherited this world, are we going to give it to the same way to our next generation? That's what the question is. Using appropriate strategy for different contexts, we saw, I think over a period of time in these discussions also, we have seen different contexts. Can we use appropriate technology? As was being mentioned about artificial intelligence, then moving from individual silos to working together. Can we work together? Can we have a better world for our generation? Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Back to you,
Dr.
Hitesh.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. KK Upadhyay ji, for this wonderful coverage and relating CSR with goal number 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. And you have rightly said that all these 17 goals are interrelated. It's not that they have a very concretely defined boundaries. They are all overlapping. Of course, the focus on individual goals may be different, but the outcome that is being produced or need to be produced is a holistic solution towards the problems of the world. And as we have said earlier also, United Nations is world's largest leadership organization. You can call them as Vishwa Samrat organization in its current avatar itself. But there is a lot of organizational reforms that are required in United Nations also. With the best of their knowledge and the vision, the creators of United Nations have created a collaboration system which encompasses almost all countries of the world. But at the same time, there is a very important role which is missing. A part of the vision is missing, which is basically the accountability of the mentors. During the period of dark age, that is Kali Yuga, the role that was majorly taken up by the mentors was related to uplifting the humanity towards the God, without rationally explaining what it means to achieve God or to have the God realization, and what after you have the God realization. What would you do after having God realization? And why everything is created in this universe. So all these major questions were missing in the most part of the preaching that people have received during the Dark Age. It's only now that people are fast understanding the importance of spirituality even in their day-to-day personal and professional work. Because the way it was projected in Kali Yuga or Dark Age was that it is meant specifically and is limited to only those people who want to get spiritual salvation and get liberation from this endless cycle of births and deaths. But now more investigations into the ancient scriptures have revealed that the entire purpose of spirituality was to become a better observer than earlier. The entire universe works on the basis of cause and effect. And it is very important to understand the cause of this universe clearly to produce the desired effect. People have not understood that cause, due to which the effect that we are seeing today is mostly a defect. Otherwise, the situation would not have gone to such an extent that it has gone today. So now the spirituality is being applied into all walks of life: professional, personal, religious, managing the countries, leading the countries, and even the education system. So this is what will fix the root cause of all these problems. So instead of solving the symptoms, which we have been solving so far, now the need is to solve the root cause. And Project YugParivartan comes into picture right there and still in time. I won't say that we are ahead of time, but we are just in time, because if we do not do something unconventional now at the global level, the world will go towards a catastrophic failure for sure. And big leaders, even United Nations, have predicted that no matter what they will do, some part of the world will be destroyed through the various natural disasters and the negative energy which is accumulated in the universe today. So Project YugParivartan is a divine mission guided by the Almighty by making few people medium of transition of that unconventional wisdom, which will continue to multiply and take up the exponential scale, and ultimately resulting into a ripple factor which will bring prosperity to each person on this planet. So for this, we are proposing a goal number, the 18th goal of sustainable development, goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders. Without leaders being on the path of self-actualization, the performance from the workers and managers cannot be optimized. Right? So this is the need of the hour. We will soon approach United Nations, and by 4th June 2025, we will establish a need in front of the world that the organization of the world is not complete without the 4th role put at the right place. So for every organization, we need 4 roles: worker, managers, leaders, and mentors. But if you see the structure of the world as an organization, we do not have any Vishwa Guru organization taking up its role. United Nations is going up to the Vishwa Samrat level only, and that also in a way which is a kind of a loosely coupled group of organizations, wherein high and mighty are taking more predominant role than the other ones who are just following as a follower. So this is not the way the equality can be brought, or the justice can be brought to the world. So this 4th role, mentor or Vishwa Guru organization, must be placed and influence the entire world towards a common destination. The role of the leader is to work on the mission, and the role of the mentor is to show the vision. The leaders are like rivers and mentors are ocean. So all these rivers of various missions under United Nations Sustainable Development Goals must converge in the ocean of a vision which is being given by defined values consultants. A vision of localized, abundant circular economy, a vision of worldwide integrated services ecosystem, a vision of golden age wherein all people of the world are living in high conscious era, having a direct impact on the economy as well, because as we were discussing just now, economy is about bringing the maximum quality of life to humans and other species with minimum usage of the resources of this planet. If we do not maintain that, then we will definitely overuse the resources and it will lead to resource shrinkage, scarcity, and then all the wars between the various countries will get enabled. Because when the resources are less, then only the wars happen. If we live in the zone of abundance, there is no trigger to wage a war. And this resource shrinkage may happen at the physical level and as well as at the mental level. There are certain countries we have seen in the history and we can see today also, who are rich in physical resources, but due to their scarcity of mental resources, due to the mental poverty, they are looting the other countries through organized systems. So all of this has to stop now, and Project YugParivartan is taking that accountability, and no matter wherever our influence today is, we are ready to fill that gap of being a Vishwaguru organization. So you all are invited to join the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, because as the last speaker of the day in his one of the last slides has said, that from individual performance to working together is the path that we should follow now. So let us all work together. And with this, I thank all the four speakers of the day for their individual sessions. And now is the time for a panel discussion. So I request all the four speakers to switch on their cameras so that I can take them the panel. So I have Mr. Ramanan, Mr. Upadhyay, then Mr. Satish Chavan, and waiting for the fourth speaker. Do we have Mr. Kothari? Mr. Rishabh Kothari, just hold on. Let me check whether your camera can be switched on. Yes, please try now. You can switch on your camera now. Yes, Mr. Rishabh, you can open your camera now. Okay, so now we have the full panel. So a few questions have come. We'll cover all those questions and then I'll ask some questions from my side also. So one question has come from Mr. Neem Kumar Jain, triggered by my call for need reduction economy. So what he's saying is, how much will our Indian economy will gain or solve if every citizen practice 1 day vrat, that is fast, every week? So it means that reduce the resource consumption to increase the resource availability directly. So we'll go in a sequence. I would request all panelists to be very short, brief, and to the point on all the questions asked so that we can cover more questions and can go to every panelist. So we'll start with Mr. Satish. Your 30 seconds take on this question. The principle of aparigraha, non-possessiveness. How much will our Indian economy will gain or solve if every citizen practice 1 day fast every week? You're on mute, Satish ji. Yes. You need to keep one of the device on mute. Let me give you permission to unmute your mobile. Now you can respond through mobile. Yeah.
Sir, what my assumption is that If
Yes, please go ahead. Okay, there seems to be a technical problem there. So let me go to Mr. Ramanan.
because so many in India, and if they are contributed with the means capital and all infrastructure, the economy will boost. And I have formulated one, prepared one model. So the investment of 10 lakh in a unit, so it will process 100 liters per day. So that is a viable proposition. So to begin with that, things can be improved. That is my solution. Thank you.
Thanks, Satishji. So now let us go to Mr. Ramanan on the same question.
Yeah. Okay, it's a hypothetical question. So, you know, in the Hindu mythology, every Ekadashi you are observing fast. How many Hindus are observing, I don't know. So it's a hypothetical question. But instead of that, I would put it this way, that the lifestyles have changed. And as Dr. Chavan was telling, that we have to provide more employment opportunities and make more entrepreneurs so that the living standards will improve. So they are able to have the square meal on all the days rather than fasting. I would say that a balanced meal will be a better proposition than going in for fast food and all that. Educate them on the health food, particularly during this corona period. People have understood the real value of organic foods and all that. So many of the organic stores have come up in this part of India and other places. So I feel that we can go for instead of going in for sort of fasting and all that may not be a possible solution for the problem. Rather, we go in for some sort of, that improving the living standards by this. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Ramanan. So I'll just add one more twist to this question before I go to Rishabh-ji and Mr. Upadhyay. The current economy somewhere is like somebody's benefit is somebody's loss, right? So if we reduce our wants or our purchases, then it would result into kind of a lack or reduction in revenue to some of the businesses, thereby resulting into a pressure on giving salaries to the employees of those businesses. So either way, it produces a ripple effect. If we eat more, then also it will produce a ripple effect. And if we reduce our eating and keep a once a week fast, then also it will impact economy. So which one of these, Mr. Rishabh, you think would be better as far as the economy is concerned?
Hitesh, I echo what you just said, that one man's gain is one man's loss. Personally, I feel artificial ways of implementing austerity, like having a fast one day, actually is not practical, implementable. And personally, I don't think it is desirable either. When we talk about austerity, when we talk about simplicity, these are concepts which we have to imbibe in our personality. Once it is imbibed in our personality, somebody mentioned about fast food or something like that. I think if we are going to just breastbeat about things that, this is wrong, this is right, I don't think that is going to work. I think it's about adapting a simple lifestyle, and that simplicity has to come from within. And we are a nation with a very long heritage. We don't have much time, but we have read in the Puranas about stories of the king Raja Janak, who was supposed to be the biggest satyagrahi or the biggest person with no wants. So you can be a king in the country and yet be a very simple person. It's a state of mind. It's a state of consciousness. It is not something which we can artificially implement by saying, well, now you skip a meal, or from tomorrow everybody is going to only wear khadi. These may be statements to make a point, but you cannot implement simplicity. You have. So I think what is important is to be able to inculcate the right values, teach the right things, expand the consciousness of the people, and then whatever. We cannot have a uniform way where everybody only eats rice and not wheat. Ramanan Saab may feel wheat is very bad. Somebody else may say something else is very bad. It doesn't work like that. We all are individuals with our own free will. So right values have to be inculcated, right values have to be taught, and then we have to leave it to the judgment of the people. And once the consciousness of the people come, this is the country where I have heard stories. It was before I was born, during the war in the mid 60s, when the Prime Minister of India announced the slogan of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. People were actually skipping a meal and in their own way trying to contribute. It was not about skipping the meal. It was about the idea and the concept resonating with them. So that is what is important. That value has to come from within. Externally implementing draconian ideas are only going to make people feel cheated, revolt, and we will as a society not really benefit. This is
Correct. So I also agree with the same thing, and I'll come to that after taking the view from Mr. Upadhyay. I will give one more twist to this question by proposing kind of an out-of-the-box solution towards it. Yes, Mr. Upadhyay.
Thank you, Hitesh. They say कि बूंद बूंद से घड़ा भरता है. So individual contribution does matter, but at the same time, we are still remain individuals. जो मेरी आजादी है, that is with me actually. So you cannot generalize those things. They do make effect. Effect से ज्यादा क्या होता है कि इस type of a message is passed on to others. वो कहते हैं कि लगाए रहिए बातों में खुल जाएंगे 2-4 मुलाकातों में. Thank you.
Rightly said. This is kind of a placebo effect which leaders keep creating in the minds of common people. They create a perception which suits their narrative, but the real problems of the world can only be solved if we understand the root cause of it. So with this, let me just add a more twist to this question by proposing a solution from my side, that instead of keeping a fast, if we all can donate 1 meal per day, which means 30 meals per day, to a system through which the food can go to the needy people who are starving or who are not eating nutrition, like nutritious food. So if we do that, we will also be able to eat 30 days and 30 more meals will be added. So this would result into solving the hunger problem to some extent, and also the economic activity will not be reduced, because reducing the economic activity without having an alternative would definitely result into several other problems. So it's like I keep saying to people in the closed circuit that most of the world today, the economy is built in a way that most of the world today is surviving on the need of living a luxurious life by Americans and other developed countries. If they all suddenly come to the aparigraha principle and live their life with austerity, it would result into almost a complete collapse of several businesses around the world. So before we apply such kind of draconian guidelines, not even rules, we need to first ensure that the new system is ready to take care of all these side effects of such rules or guidelines. So I think this can solve it, and we have a system within Project YugParivartan which we call as Hunger Helpline. So people can sponsor the meals, and through a system, the food will be delivered at home to the actual needy. So that way it is like the top of the pyramid people are taking care of the bottom of the pyramid people and developing them into a better consumer. So today they may eat that food free of cost. Tomorrow they will start getting confidence back and start earning. So that way the entire cycle will be benefited. So aparigraha principle definitely should be applied, but only for those things which we have in too much of excess, which we don't need, instead of going into a scarcity mindset ourselves. We need to create a mindset of abundance to all sections of society, rather than creating a mindset of scarcity. When we cut down too much on things, then it also creates a different kind of problem. take an example of water. Of course, we have a scarcity of water, so we should use water judiciously. But this judicious use of water has put so much strain. The guidelines to use the water judiciously has put so much strain on people's mind that they kind of fear while using the water. So instead, can we create a system in which water is recycled with such a high speed without using too much resources that such a scarcity mindset can be removed from people's mind? Right? All these panch tattvas are there in abundance. It's just that we are not able to convert the waste material into the raw material again. The cycle is broken somewhere. So all these things will be taken care while building this wise city infrastructure. We will talk about that during the conferences, leadership conferences, where all such ideas will be clubbed together to create a system which is wise. We don't need smart cities anymore. We need wise cities. And that's what we are going to propose to the central government of India also, and then through them to the United Nations, that let us work on creating the wise city models. Thanks. Okay, so now coming to next question. Mr. Pradeep has asked a question from Bangalore. It's pointed to Ramanna ji, but I would like others also to put their thoughts on that. How is it that government and investor, including banks, want to enjoy the efforts of startup? It might be similar sick government of India, PSUs, shows bankruptcy of industrial path. Need to rethink. So I request Mr. Pradeep to say this question through voice, because in text it is slightly confusing. Mr. Pradeep, please raise your hand and ask your question if you are all there. Okay, he's not there now. Okay, so let us move on to the next question. Mr. Name Kumar Jain is pointing that 1% of population are industrialists who compulsorily should contribute 2%, but are contributing only 1% as CSR. So it's a technical question related to the mandate of various provisions in CSR. So I would request Mr. Rishabh to first start responding on this. The question is, 1% of population are industrialists who compulsorily should contribute 2%, but they are contributing only 1% as CSR.
Why 2%? Why not 20%? Why not 0.5%? See, these are mandated rules. I mean, why should the income tax median be 18%, not 15? Why not 20? When I was speaking earlier, I had mentioned something about the difference between shareholder and stakeholder. I think when an industry is surviving and thriving out of the general population of the country, the government mandates that it should be able to also give back something to society. And I think personally, it is in the interest of the industry itself also. I don't want to repeat what I had said that point of time. So I am not sure, Neem Kumarji, if there is a question around this, that 1% of population is contributing, or it's whether the issue is the 1% only contributing, or whether they're only contributing 1% and not 2%. It's again about consciousness. You know, in business, you think of it this way: the more liquidity the government creates, the more taxes economic activity it generates. So it's in your interest to do certain things. If I have a factory and if I have to beautify the area around it, if I have to make the lives of the people, residents of the area where they are living around my factory better, it is in my interest. So I'm not sure whether there is a challenge here at all. The rules are there just to ensure that people comply. But in the longer run, if consciousness increases and people understand the bigger picture, I'm absolutely certain that everybody will benefit more and more by contributing more and more. Acquisition is not going to help. That's my personal opinion.
Thanks. It was really a wonderful insight. Let us go to Mr. Satish for this question. Yeah. Please unmute yourself.
Sir, my opinion is this: even this 1% contribution or a 2% contribution to CSR, so it is implemented. Now we are getting the fruits out of it. So let us watch this one, and in future we can make some modification in the policy. because after implementation, it takes some time to reap the fruits.
Good.
So,
Good to see some hope. Good to see some hope, because we as common Indians have developed a habit of being hopeless from any regime that come to govern us. We get disillusioned very soon. We do not wait for the fruits to come. We just say that we have put the seed for so long and no fruit is coming. We do not understand the gestation period
yeah,
and try to force things on results. Yes, thank you. Thanks,
yes, sir. That is my
Satish,
opinion.
for
Thank you, sir.
creating this hope.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Ramanan, your views.
See, I happened to attend the annual conference of the Institute of Directors as an independent director in 2 or 3 corporates, including Chandel Group. I am also one of the members of the CSR committee, as Dr. Upadhyaya ji was telling. So if you see the progress over the years, the percentage by the corporates in CSR has been increasing. We also showed in that graph also. So I also Patari ji was telling, why it should be 1%, why not 2%, something like that. See, just indications, that's all. That it doesn't mean that you confine to 2%, you should not do more than that. If you see the report of ITC and all that, they are doing more than that. Or if you see the L&T, the CSR report, which we happen to get, they are doing more than that. So that gradually, it also depends on the corporate's ability to flow in their funds. You see, after all, it is out of their profits they are shelling out at 2% and all that. So it requires a lot of efforts on the part of large corporates rather than the, as I am representing only the MSMEs, they are not, many of them are not providing because they are not mandated to provide that under the Act. But still, as the one of you was mentioning, that around that community, they are doing a lot of work. If you come to Chennai and see some of the activities they are taken up, for example, all the MSMEs have come together. They have floated one institute for entrepreneurship development. So the youth of the country are enabled and to get the project report done, bank loan made available. These are also CSR activities, because otherwise they are unemployed graduates. They are, it's a big threat to the country. So they are getting some employment and they are giving some stipend to them. Say the 6 weeks EDP, which is being organized by the Ambattur Industrial Estate MSME Association, so that they are giving some 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees to those graduates for the packet expenses. So after the 6 weeks training, they become an entrepreneur. And most of them, because it is a very tight and very tedious program, they have to come out with the report and the bankers are involved in sanctioning the loans. So that is a very big CSR activity. They are going to provide each and every entrepreneur, somebody was mentioning, they are going to mention, they have to provide employment to 10 or 15 people. So in the process, the CSR is helping entrepreneurship. The CSR is helping the graduates who are coming out of our colleges and all that, who are looking for jobs, so that there are alternate avenues available today. Most of them are becoming entrepreneurs. I can go on quoting number of cases how this CSR may not be in the form of CSR as Dr. Upadhyaya was telling, the corporate shedding out the 2%, all that. It has been going on because philanthropy is in our blood. We always think that we should do something to the society, which has given us everything. So many of even the small scale industries, MSMEs, though they are not mandated, they have been doing it. For example, when the COVID period was there, many of these industry associations, they come forward to provide free food. And they were giving the patients, they were taken for vaccination to the vaccination centers. And they were also arranging for them their own industry premises, some sort of wards for them, because many beds are not available in government hospitals. So this is also a CSR activity. Don't you think so? Because when the patients are suffering, there is no bed in the government hospital. They are all lying on the road. So these people, they come forward, they gave their industry to have some beds and all that, some 10 or 15 beds are created so that they can live in seclusion, the persons affected by COVID. It happened there and it was published also in the newspaper. So it has been going on in the informal way also, cannot be as a formal allocation. Because as you rightly said, that the Indian mind, our rich heritage, as Kothari ji was telling, that we always think Pavlopakaram itam shariram. They always believe in that concept. So it's not the wealth for me. The wealth what they are created is by the society, and it is for the society only. So we
Yes,
are only a trust.
it has to be a shared wealth.
Yeah.
That's only that would be the right definition of Sone ki Chidiya. Only few people having a huge amount of money will not make a country Sone ki Chidiya. So it has to be the wealth has to be justifiably distributed. Okay, so a few more points from Mr. Upadhyay. Then Mr. Upadhyay, I have a very direct question to you coming from one of the participants today related to your college, university. So before that, just give 30 seconds input on this point, CSR.
First of all, as per 22nd January 2021, 2% is mandatory now. They have to spend it. If companies don't spend it, they have to deposit it with the fund, which is specified as per Schedule 7 of Company Act 2013. So they have to spend it. There's no question about it now. That chapter is closed. Second thing is, people who work with companies are also made of people like me. I was working in corporates for about 15 years. I used to pay my tax, which is not 2% basically, which used to be 30+%. So individual also has to pay a tax. So there's a direct regime, there's an indirect regime, and there's a third regime also. Whenever you go to a shop, you pay all the taxes basically. So that's where, unless and until you understand this complex system, that's what I was talking about. So please try to understand this complex system. We pay from each and every corner. Company pays, company employees pay, the families pay. So everybody pays towards taxes basically.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, what is happening is, at this point now, we always talk about that 3% people in India only pay taxes. And unfortunately, there's a section of society, right or wrong, I don't know. As a taxpayer, I don't get any benefit. 80 crore people get ration, but I pay taxes, I don't get ration. I don't get any other facility. Except Kejriwal is paying for first 200 units. That's why we vote for Kejriwal. Otherwise, as a taxpayer, I don't get anything. And that's the other side of the story. तो दूसरे की कहानी भी कभी-कभी सुन लिया करो, अच्छा लगता है. That's what gives us.
Exactly. I do believe, I firmly believe in this. Generally, if you see India, we are more driven through emotions and public perceptions rather than rationality. And this is where we do not understand the contributions made by the people by paying taxes. Tax itself is kind of a crowdfunding to the government so that they can build public infrastructure and maintain all those things which are required for public security and other needs. So all those people who are paying tax, they are anyways following their responsibility. Just because it is mandatory and is taken as a TDS from our salary doesn't mean that we are not contributing. We are definitely contributing. However, if the need is more and the supply is less, then it will definitely create a lot of issues. What we need to understand is that three variables are to be matched together: the need, then the material or money to fulfill that need, and the idea to create a system and solution. We all understand that in India, there is a huge need of reforms to bring public prosperity. We also understand that there is a huge amount of material resources, human resources, and even money resources at our disposal to solve these problems. What is missing, it seems, is the idea, the right idea of matching the need with the resources, the seekers with the providers. This coming together of seekers and providers through a system requires an idea which can only come from a self-actualized mind. So there is a lot of CSR fund that goes unutilized or utilized in some nefarious ways just to fulfill or put a tick mark on an activity to be done. On the other hand, there is a huge need which is waiting to get fulfilled through this CSR fund. So on a lighter note, my suggestion to the countrymen is that give all those human resources who are not getting employed to us, give all the CSR and other donations and money that is there at your disposal to us. We have the idea. We have the idea of Project YugParivartan to match these seekers and providers to produce a golden age in India. Right? So this idea can be implemented, and that's where everyone has to become a YugParivartan. If all of us think like a YugParivartan, then this idea will spread to every nook and corner of the country, and ultimately this provider seeker coming together will produce quick solutions. Right? We will employ, we will create job description. Why people are not able to solve unemployment? Because they don't know where to employ these people. Right? There are several big people who have thousands of crore rupees as their net worth. Right? But they are just keeping it there. They feel that investing it somewhere will do the job. Unless it is matched with an idea and employment is generated, a system is created, I don't think that the real solution will come. So these 10 lakh self-actualized leaders that we are creating and deploying in the country need both of these. We need the human resources who are unemployed, and we need the material and money resources to come to these leaders, allocated to these leaders, so that they can create these systems which are proposed by the vision of Project YugParivartan. So all these 17 goals will be taken care very well through the Project YugParivartan vision. So I request everyone to go through the video, 1 hour video of Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. I'll share that link with all of you and see, does it make sense to propose this idea as a universal solution towards the problems of this country and the world? If the answer comes as yes, then don't waste even a second and join the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform and make it a biggest thought revolution of the world ever in this creation cycle. You will see several more glimpses that what we are boasting of is not just a wishful thinking, but is backed by a clear-cut logic and rationality and a scheme of things to be implemented. Okay, so with this next question, it's an interesting question, of course, and pointed to Mr. KK Upadhyay, but others can also like simulate that in their mind and respond to this question. So the question is that, Mr. Upadhyay, you have been a student of Pantnagar University. Phoolbagar was my ideal city when I was young. I love to live in a city with trees and crops. I love to pass time in Phoolbagar. The land there is known as foothills or trai, means an ideal agricultural land. Now my question is, how can you justify industrialization of university agriculture land in the name of Sidkul? So this comes from Mr. MS Khan.
Mr. Khan, thanks a lot for this question. Very difficult to answer it. What generally, because what happens when I became a professor, I was told professor has to profess basically. जब तक आप लेक्चर देते हैं तब तक आप लेक्चरर होते हैं, फिर जब आप प्रोफेस करने ले जाते हैं तो यू बिकम ए प्रोफेसर. So what I would say, change is constant. There will be change. परिवर्तन तो होगा ही. ये हमारे ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि which direction we take for the परिवर्तन. You can't stop it. Like you talked about तराई. जब पहाड़ों में पेड़ कट रहे थे, nobody cared for them. अब जब लैंडस्लाइड आने लगे, जब क्लाइमेट चेंज हो गया, नो एवरी एंड ऑन वी हैव ए क्लाउड बर्स्ट इन हिल्स एंड लॉट ऑफ डिवेस्टेशन. यू गो टू विलेजेस इन उत्तराखंड, गांव में आपको मर्द नहीं मिलेंगे अभी. यू फाइंड आइदर लेडीज और द ओल्ड पीपल. व्हाट यू डू नाउ? देयर आर लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस, लॉट ऑफ challenges basically, and we have to face them. Whether I personally agree with it or I don't agree with it, let's analyze it, let's work together, let's solve these problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Upadhyay. Same question is now with Mr. Rishabh, that use of agricultural land in university land for other commercial industrial purposes, how much of it is justified?
Personally, I don't think we can answer these questions in a generic fashion. There are, it's always case to by case basis. There are far too many variables in each of these cases to really say that suppose a college is got 1,000 acres of extra land, should it exploit or not? Of course, it should exploit it. But I mean, how it is being exploited, what is being done? I think the biggest challenge is that in the public discourse today, we have quick fix solutions and ideas and things, where we form opinions very fast and we look at quick fix generic statements like this. It doesn't work like that. Hitesh, you mentioned just some time back that we are very quick in even judging our governments or having less of a hope in our governments, and we're quick to decide based on very little data and definitely very differently understood facts to come to a conclusion which may or may not be true. Where the college is, how is there, first of all, a better utilization of the space that it has? Is it sacrificing the land that it has, which was the intention was to set up another faculty led building? Is that it being sacrificed for commercial interest? And obviously it cannot be done. But I don't think we should be even considering these kind of questions which have no specific answer. Is very generic, and one scenario will not definitely apply to anyone else. So unless we are discussing a very specific,
I agree, but I have put this question for a specific reason, which I will come to once other two panelists will respond on this question. Yes, Mr. Ramnan, you are on mute. You are on mute.
On this question of agricultural land being used for industrial purposes or any other by the agricultural, what is land used by the university, I would say that once upon a time, the city of Chennai was known for lakes. There were so many lakes, 70 lakes. All these lakes are disappeared. Only the name is remaining, Lakeview Road, Lake Road, like that. If you come to Chennai, you will find so many lakes are there. There were once upon a time, they have become residential plots. Now extending the concept, many of them have become industrial estates, the agricultural land. The state government has taken, they say that industry should come, then where else it will come? So what they had converted, the industrial land into, the agricultural land into industrial estates. So it has become residential plots. So it is going on. This has been going on for a long time. And of course, whether, as one of the speakers mentioned, whether the conversion from the university using the land for some other purpose has to be seen from the right perspective. Some decision would have been taken, taking into consideration so many things. Otherwise, what is happening today, if you want to have a, even I am director of a fisheries university, people are against deep sea fishing. People want only surface level because the yield is very low. They don't have the trawlers and all that. It's being encouraged in Kerala and Tamil Nadu in a big way under the Prime Minister's Matsya Sampada Yojana. It has been because they want to achieve the 20,000 crores target in fisheries sector. The inland, the fisheries, the yield will be more if they use the trawlers and all the deep sea fishing. But there's a lot of resistance from the fishermen community, even though the government is willing to give the subsidy, willing to give the Cochin shipyard has developed the trawler and they are all available. The banks are willing to finance, and the yield will be better. We'll be able to export more our seafood and all that, because we are far behind in seafood exports. You are aware of that. Despite the fact that the country is surrounded on all the three sides by sea, we are not even 1% we have exploited the sea wealth. Whereas China and all that are far ahead of us. We are nowhere in comparison. So the different ministry was gone. I am one of the members of the committee. So there's a lot of the conventional, the mindset that it cannot be used for other purposes and all that. Probably the university land, they found a better use. There might have been excess land. So it was put into a better use, and we have to see in the right perspective.
Yes, I do agree with this. With this, let us take some views, 30 seconds view from Mr. Satish on this topic, and then I'll share why I specifically asked this question. Yes, Mr. Satish. अच्छा, आवाज नहीं जा रही है शायद. Yes, unmute yourself. Now the permission is
Sir, regarding use of agricultural land in the university, I will cite one example. I have seen this project implemented in Agriculture College, Pune. So this greenhouse was built in the premises of college, and BSc Agriculture students, I think third or fourth year students, they were given this 3-4 gunta plot to them, allocated to them. As he look after this activity, and whatever flowers are there, you sell in the market. So it was sort of a very good entrepreneurship activity for those final year students. And after graduation, I have seen that fellow, he planted some 17-acre lady's finger in his own own land, because this was a very good lesson to him, sort of entrepreneurship development activity. Because agriculture college was having full-fledged facility there, so they have a greenhouse there, and flowers are planted there. So this fellow was assigned the task to sell these flowers and look after that greenhouse. That was a very good example before me. So like that, it can be implemented.
right.
And see, this BSc agriculture students now, they are having a very big appetite for the knowledge. And if they will be given this sort of training, they will become a very good entrepreneurs in the future. That is my observation. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Satish. And it's 3:07 now, so I've got some quick understanding that time to wind up now. With this, let me just quickly give the reference why this question was asked. See, all the land that is given to us by the Almighty is for our purpose only. If we say that there is no use of any land and we are just here to spoil this planet, then all of us should sit in meditation and leave this body and go away. But if the humanity has to survive and live on this planet with prosperity all across, then we need the right use of the land. So afforestation is also a human need. Deforestation is also a human need. It has to be applied judiciously, although these are two opposing things, but both of them are rightful needs of human beings. So what we are proposing as Wise City model, worldwide integrated services ecosystem, is that the land should be used in a manner that there should be forest all across, and still there are dwelling units for human beings as well. Without affecting the nature badly, we can also still build the various systems to survive and thrive. So we'll elaborate more on that through the introduction of Synergy Platform. And we will launch the complete platform on 22nd of October, which will be second last day of the summit. On the 24th day, which is 23rd October, all the questions related to the entire Synergy Platform will be responded to. So for today, we are done with the scope of work. And with this, I hand over the mic to my colleague, Ms. Aishwarya Tiwari, to give a formal vote of thanks and close the session for today. Yes, Aishwarya.
Thank you very much, sir. So I would like to propose the vote of thanks for today. Honorable Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel ji, honorable guest speakers, dearest team members, and most valued participants, a pleasant afternoon to this wonderful gathering. I, Aishwarya Tiwari, a core team member of Project YugParivartan team, feel privileged to propose a vote of thanks. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. First and foremost, we thank the Lord Almighty, thank you God, who has designed and refreshed our souls with a sweet stream of blessings. Thank you, Lord. We express our gratitude to our Honorable Guruji, Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel ji, to organize such a wonderful event on this virtual platform as a part of Project YugParivartan. His incredible leadership and timely and proper advice provided us with the opportunity to conduct the summit and gain further experience in conducting public forums. We have been fortunate enough to have eminent persons from different regions to share their views on Goal 9 of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, Industry Innovation and Infrastructure. We are sure that the participants must have got a learning by attending the 13th day of 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit. On behalf of the entire Project YugParivartan team, I would like to express a deep sense of appreciation for our honorable speaker, Mr. Satish Madhavrao Chavanji, for inspiring us through his presence. His experience in implementing the solutions at ground level is highly inspiring for young generation and equally valuable for the seasoned professionals. It is indeed our pleasure to have him here today. Further, we are grateful to Mr. Rishabh C. Kothari to share his reflections on industry innovation and infrastructure goal. His involvement into meditation has deeply reflected into the session content. The clarion call for living, inviting everyone into achieving the objectives of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals will surely go a long way in inspiring the youth and seniors alike and bringing prosperity to each citizen on this planet. We are extremely thankful to Dr. Ramanan Mahadevanji, who has produced detailed statistics of rankings, scoring, and other aspects related to industry infrastructure and innovation goals. And last but not the least, we are enriched by listening to our fourth speaker of the day, Mr. K.K. Upadhyayji, who has added wonderfully on the perspective of today's theme. Hearty gratitude to all the speakers who generously accepted our invitation, spared their precious time from busy schedules, and shared their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you, dear sirs. I hope all the participants today, just like each day of the summit, would have gained a lot of insights from the subject of UNSDG 9, Industry Innovation and Infrastructure. And I'm sure that tomorrow's session would continue to enrich all the panelists, team members, and the participants. With this, I would like to hand over the mic to Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandelji to inform the audience about tomorrow's agenda and then formally close today's session. Over to you, Hitesh, sir.
Thanks, Aishwarya. So in the interest of time, I would be quite quick in explaining tomorrow's agenda, and I would request all of you to be there as well and empower this platform by your regular participation. So just a minute. Yeah. So this is the agenda for tomorrow. So we have goal number 10, reduced inequality, as the agenda tomorrow. We will start with the Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation. Then 11:15 to 12, we will have a session by Dr. Francine Pinto, who is founder, director of Garbage Concern Welfare Society. Then 12 p.m. to 12:45, we will have a session by Ms. Lavisha Solanki, who is founder, president of Empowered Youth Assembly Organization. Then a session from Mr. Srinivas Kumar Yerapothu, who is founder of Sky Transformation and based out of Chennai, from 12:45 to 1:30. Then from 1:30 to 2:15, we will have a session by Mr. Sudhir Kumar, who is assistant professor cum program leader in Amity University, Jharkhand. After which we will have again a panel discussion from 2:15 to 2:55, and then a formal vote of thanks. So this is the plan for tomorrow. A wonderful insight about the other goals are waiting for us. So please do attend it and get enriched and network. The basic idea is that we become enlightened and we become network. If these two things happen, then solutions of biggest problems of the world can also be found. And we have a larger vision to address that. So this vision, along with your missionary zeal, will definitely result into big solutions. So with this, we formally close today's session. Thanks everyone. Thanks every panelist, speakers. And we look forward to integrate your systems with Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform very soon. So after my trips that we have planned for next 2 months, I will get in touch with all of you personally. And I'm coming to Chennai, Ramananji, by in 4th week of October. So we'll meet Theosophical Society. We will meet, we'll also go to Kanchipuram. So to meet the Mathadishwars and all big saints over there. And we will also go to Hyderabad during the same tour and Auroville as well. So all these people, all these organizations are given a proposal to join the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. And yes, it is our combined shared problem. and shared responsibility and a shared vision is required to solve all these problems. Thanks everyone. Thanks. Namaskar.
Thank you.
Logging off now. See
Thank you.
tomorrow
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
at 11. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all.